Okay, guys, here we go. I was deciding, am I going to do an after work right now or am I not? And I kept flipping and flopping, and I was like, yeah, I'm going into my ninth, so I can't do another one till possibly Friday or Saturday next week. So, anyways, happy Sunday, I suppose. Anyways, nice to see you guys here. If you guys haven't hit that like and share for Jack and Lily and this live, please do. Hi, McMac. Hi, Seema Marnie. How are you? Hi, nurse. Welcome, helicopter grandma. Hi, everyone. Sending love and light to you all. Can't watch at the trailer. Just got power back later this afternoon. Love you all. Thanks for all you do, Sunny. Thank you, helicopter grandma. Appreciate that. Sharon Parker's in the house. In the house. And, well, I said Sharon Parker. Hi, Joe. How are you? Seth Rogers. How are you doing? If you guys don't know who Seth Rogers is, remember when we always bring up Sebastian Rogers' case? So that's the father of Sebastian Rogers, the one that I think is parallel to this case in a lot of ways. And the one that I feel is, yeah, Summer Wells' case. For sure, Summer Wells' case, if we're talking about the scope of the property and all those things that go with it. How are you doing, Seth? It's been for Sebastian Rogers' case. It was 2 years ago, February 25th. I like to say 25th because the 26th can't really prove nothing on there. So how you doing, Seth? Big, yeah, Seth. Sebastian's colors are green. Nice to see you. Do and American Justice, which is Melissa, that says that she's driving and listening. Kind of like what she did for Jack and Lily's case with, the whole PDF file. She did one as well for Sebastian Rogers with all the, interviews and the different things going on there as well. And so another very sad case. Seth Rogers is the biological dad of Sebastian Rogers. And it's kind of the same situation, really, right? You got the stepdad, Christopher Proudfoot. You got the mother, Katie, the biological mother, Seth, living about an hour away there from Sebastian. And just like a magic carpet just disappeared. And, it's just very sad. Anything to do with the missing and the murdered, just heartbreaking. So, Seth, you know how much I do feel for you. I don't ever forget Sebastian Rogers, and just wish that one day you truly get the answers that you deserve. Just like same thing with, of course, this case, Jack and Lily in Canada here, just wanting answers, and unfortunately, we don't know when that's going to be either. We always truly hope that anyone that truly loves the children and are putting the effort out there to bring awareness to their cases and stuff like that. So, if anyone ever wants a parent that has been absolutely a voice for their child, Seth Rogers is the man to look up to. All right. Unlike, we'll say, some of the other people in these situations, over 2 years for Seth Rogers, guys. Yeah. Hi, Leanne. How are you? Justice for Seth. Absolutely. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Brandy. Justice for all the precious babies. And anyways, okay. Thank you guys for being here again. Please hit that like and the share, always for the missing and the murdered. We have to be their voices. Oh, there's Marie. Hi, Marie Antoinette. Hi, Shy. How are you? Okay. So I hope you guys all had a great day today. I like I said, I worked. I just got off work, got ready, got home, and said, husband, I'm gonna do a live, I think, tonight. So nice to see you guys, and like I said, hope you guys had a good day. It's nice and sunny over here still. It's 6:53 my time. Obviously, you guys are from different spots around, so maybe some of you are ready for bed. And you can listen to the voice, put you to sleep, right? Right, Sharon? Do we think Daniel will make an appearance tonight? Who knows, to be honest with you. Yep. 2 years, 3 months, and 6 days for Sebastian Rogers. If any of you guys don't know about that case, Seth Rogers has his channel. Actually, maybe I'll pull that up right now, actually. And 1 second. Seth, you know you're always in my heart. Seth Rogers. Okay, we're gonna drop that link. This is for Seth Rogers' channel. Okay, guys. So you guys can go check out. Again, you really want to watch someone actually pleading and just nonstop, just trying to find answers. That's the epitome of a father that is so dedicated to the answers for a son. Something that we would like to see in this case as well. You know, just the dedication of the mother. I know we know that the stepfather obviously has been making appearances, but again, whenever there's inconsistencies and whenever there's, like this is two children missing, right? Again, in Canada, this is a huge case because it just doesn't happen. It simply just doesn't happen. Mish Marie says, Seth, always thinking and praying for you. Absolutely. Any case I ever follow has a special meaning to my heart. It's not to say that other cases out there don't, because I truly just do not like covering the space of the murdered and the missing. I shared the FBI flyer. I just asked everyone share his flyer. And please, if you see anything, call the tip line. Okay, thanks, Seth. So again, and that's on your posts. I'm sure it is here. Missing. Wait, that's Smiley's story. That's a different one. Why am I at Smiley's story? Seth Rogers. Is it on your post, Seth? I see all these other ones that you're posting. Smiley's story. On there. Hi, little black bear. Hi, Charmaine. Did you do a live today, Charmaine? I don't know. I just got home. Kelly Thompson. Okay. Yes. Please share or post at rest stop, truck stops, and everything. Yeah. I know Cher. She got some nice stickers and pens. She was showing me the other day for Share Cares that's in the house as well. Like I said, a lot of people here in the Vancouver area, that I've talked to, and I'll be like, do you know of the case in Nova Scotia? And it's so many people have said that, yeah, right. So it doesn't make a huge difference. No live today. No, I was just saying last night to my husband, Shar, that when we go on vacation, me and my husband in July 2nd, because mine and my twins' birthday is July 3rd. And then mine and my husband's anniversary is July 11th. And then my niece is having her baby and her birthday. Anyways, there's tons going on. But I said to my husband, we have to make sure that we stop and see Charmaine and Ian on the way back. I just got to think of what day that might be, right? Because, yeah. So I just was thinking about that last night. So I was just telling my husband, got to make sure. Because I said he's going to love Ian. My husband's like a jack of all trades, mill work, whatever. He's amazing that way. And I know that him and Ian would get along just great. Me and Charmaine, we'd probably be like brawling as we're having drinks, on a table somewhere. But the men can just hang out, right? Yeah, that would be amazing. Lots of room. Yeah, I was telling my husband, which room do we want to pick? Nessa, that was discussed in the live chat when the story aired and DM added postpartum to his narrative. I don't think it's postpartum. You're talking about Malaya there, I think, with that. Hi, Carla. How are you? Hi, Sunny. Nice to see you. Just wanted to say a big hello from Newfoundland. Well, a big hello from Newfoundland, way on the opposite. That's where my ex-husband's from, even though he lives in Alberta, where my son lives. We be on the yacht. Anyways, hello in Newfoundland, 4.5 hours difference from Vancouver here. And of course, Nova Scotia is 4 hours difference. So I know it's like 11 o'clock over in Nova Scotia and 11:30 Newfoundland. Okay, so you guys, what I wanted to talk about today, I didn't so much yesterday. Alexa was on yesterday. I posted in your chat. I also posted. I also post missing children on my YouTube page. Oh, okay. You know, I should. I should literally just, because when if you post in chat, it's not going to show up unless you have a wrench, Seth. So 1 second here. So yeah, if you ever want to post something in chat, let me just stick you with a wrench. Add as moderator. Yeah, that way you can add links or something like that whenever you come in if you'd like. Okay, but I just had to give you a wrench or else we don't. Did you just? Oh, was that you? Oh, okay. That's on my phone though. I'll bring that up in just a few minutes here. Okay. Hi, mods. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about was this Brandon post. Because I mean, the gist of this Brandon post, right, is obviously here. Actually, Seth, you know what? Before I do that, you know what? Seth's in the house. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you guys go. Um, it's been a while since I saw Seth, but and Seth, this isn't, of course, to make you sad and stuff, but I know you're always sad because you're looking for your son. But I want to, for any of you guys that don't know, I'm just going to play a 2 minute of my tribute video that I would always play for just like I do for Jack and Lily, typically at the end. So as I go to my text, I'm just going to play this, okay, for a minute. There we go. Sorry, but I was racing around going, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Husband, call my phone. And then all of a sudden I found it like 5 seconds ago. And it was underneath my iPad. Anyways, so that was Sebastian's favorite song. That's what they were playing when he first went missing, was the Eye of the Tiger on there. Hi, Deborah Dixon. Let's fill the chat with green hearts. For those who didn't know Sebastian, yes, favorite song. Hi, Grendel. And Kim G, thank you guys. So yeah, like I said, you guys know I like to make little tribute videos and stuff like that, or do special things, and that was like an awareness video for Sebastian Rogers. You're never far from our hearts. Absolutely not. Sebastian's Army. Chili Bean. Hello, Dodie. Hello. Brandy. Hi, Badettes. How are you two? And yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just like panicking. I was like, I know I'm pretty. When you get old and you're like freaking like going senile. Like, I know I got my phone. I know I brought it home. I don't lose things. I lost something once, and I think it's because like at the time I had these driving glasses, and I'm pretty sure I left them on the top of the hood. Went back, could not find them. But anyways, only the one time. I've never lost my wallet, never damaged my cell phone, nothing. As the FBI flyer states, he has been kidnapped, and I have not stopped looking for him. Absolutely. Nope. Again, I think, let me just 1 second. So that's Seth's YouTube channel over there. Thank you guys. It's always nice to see Seth when he peeks his head on into the channel. There you guys. So bruv. Let me just my Streamlabs is behind there. Boom, boom, boom. No, we posted it. Just give me a second here. Do. All right, now that's in my head. Ah, there it is. Okay. Whoops. Smart up. So like the link that Seth dropped for Sebastian on there. I'll drop that one more time. So again, we cover a lot of cases in the United States, and you guys know that I'm kind of a one-track person for the most part. We've been covering Jack and Lily for over a year on there, but it would really help if us doesn't matter, right? Because it's all about friends that we have on our Facebooks and different places that are in the United States or around the world and stuff like that. So anyways, bless you guys for caring, for being here. And hi, Tom Lou. How are you on there? Okay. Now, so that, of course, here, I'll make that just bigger for one more second here. Just Jeannie, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers on there. February 26, 2024. Okay. Let's come back here for a second. Okay. Stop screen share. And image file. I think I'll bring it up this way. Image file. Yeah. I'm not muted. No. Are you muted? You guys can hear me, correct? You guys can hear me? Is it just Charmaine? You guys can hear me okay? Just make sure. Yep. Just Charmaine. Okay. So Obviously, Jack and Lily's case, again, they disappeared May 2nd of 2025. It's over a year now since their disappearance. There's still no answers for Jack and Lily. And then this post came out a few days ago. And we'll see what your guys. I asked you guys yesterday, the people that were here, in a poll, like about if you believed it was truthful or but basically what you thought, right? And the consensus was kind of torn between it seems far fetched, but the one that still took the lead was that they believe this to be truthful. Okay, is your hair blue? No, I think it's because of my. I don't even know. Must be. I think it's lighting or something. Let's just pretend it's blue today. Tell Charmaine to turn up her hearing aid. Yeah, I don't know if it's coming off. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. But let's. It's like maybe it's the light mixed with the grays that's making it blue or something. I don't know because I don't got anything that's like shimmering blue. I was looking at the light in the bedroom because that one has different color tones to it. No, anyway, let's just pretend it's blue today. Okay, so I'll read it again. I know that Charmaine had read it on her channel the other day, and maybe, but why would that be reflecting in my hair? I don't know. Either way, let's just go a little punk rock today or something. So now, so I already asked, was this like post legit, right? I was talking to Belinda about it because people do the craziest shit in cases. No word of a lie. Seth knows. Seth knows. Um, but people do. They'll insert themselves. Remember like the Brad Turner account and stuff like that? They insert themselves, but a lot of people will do crazy shit, pretend to be people, make fake posts. And even in real life, they get batshit crazy and stuff like that, right? Um, Careful, Daleen is making her rounds. I got nothing against Daleen. I really honestly don't got anything against anyone, even the POS channel. At the end of the day, people do what they're gonna do and stuff like that. But I'm not here to slag Brandon in this post. I'm here to talk with you guys about this post. Um, there's a fake Daniel account going around. That's all good. He has me on Messenger. I can easily ask him if something is not him or not, if there is. But anyways, so I just wanted to make sure that this was legit because I don't like talking about things if there's like nothing to back it up. But I was talking with Belinda, right? And I think a lot of you guys know that, or at least I heard the other day, Mike D blocked you. D stands for Big D, big dick. Anyways, so I just wanted to make sure it was legit. Belinda had talked to Daleen and asked, because I wanted to confirm it. Right now, Daleen has made no qualms about saying how much she's talked to Brandon here, and that came back to me from Belinda saying that this post was from Brandon. Okay, so I'm gonna take Belinda's word if she's done check the info. Okay, so I'm just gonna read it and then we'll talk about it and see what you guys think. I am Brandon, and this will be the only time I address this publicly since the statement is already out there with the NENMCU. I don't even know what that stands for, to be honest with you. To be very clear, I saw Emily Ogle run out of the woods on Lansdowne Station Road around 10:40 a.m. on May 2nd, 2025. She jumped into a wine-colored four-door vehicle. I pulled up to both parked vehicles, and a large man, Alvin McKenzie, was standing near the middle of the road acting nervous. Looking back toward the woods and then at me, he waved me down, so I stopped. He asked if I was the police. I said no. He then said she found a pink shirt, obviously meaning Emily. I got out. He walked me over to a tree where there was a pink children's shirt hanging. Hi, Patricia. How are you? La, la, la. After that, he did not say another word. He turned around and walked back toward Montreal Road. While I was dealing with him, the other vehicle slowly pulled away. After I left, they were parked at the end of Lansdowne Road and again asked if I was police. I said no, that I was there helping search for the children. And we all know that the phone call went in at 10:01 for Jack and Lily from Malaya. I asked who they were, and the woman said that they were a family from Truro looking for the kids as well. There was a young, skinny man in the front passenger seat, Hayden. Now, he couldn't have known this at the time, obviously, right? So, this would have had to have been looking at pictures to be like saying that that's Hayden and that's Emily or whatever, because obviously this person, Brandon, would have no clue who these people were. And the driver, let's see, was a large tan man whose face I could not clearly see because he had his hand up against it, seemingly trying not to be seen. Around 10:45 to 10:50 or 10:50, they turned onto Stewiacke Road and left. If you were family from Truro searching for the children, why leave? Why were you there so early before police were even on Lansdowne Road, so close to Wade Mackenzie's property? I think I heard, well, it's Wade Mackenzie, right, guys? Is it? Is it Mackenzie? Because he says Martell's property. Why were you in the woods that far from home? What was that pink shirt placed in the tree? Why are there no photos of this available publicly? People also keep asking why everyone believes that is where the blanket was found. It was not. That was addressed in my statement to police, and I will not comment further on that. What makes this odd is that they all left and never clarified any of this. They also make no mention in their court release statements about being there early that morning and then leaving. The only people lying are Daniel, Malaya, Janie, Emily, and Hayden. I will not include Alvin in that because he admitted to being there. The female there was Emily Ogle, which would be Hayden's girlfriend. And then there is Shenanigans, the YouTuber grifter and potster who is friends with Malaya. I guess that was just an add-on for that one. Lastly, Daniel, since I know you are reading this to keep my name out of your mouth, I am not YouTube land far away. I am not YouTube land far away. You wanted my attention. Now you have it. So the thing, because you know, there's so many things about this case that are just utterly bullshit. And then there's other things that, are part of the case, but usually we try to always stick with facts the most. And then, if families talking and stuff like that, doesn't mean you have to believe them, or nobody has to, for instance, believe Brad Wong. Most people do, but, and that's just going by, the fact of him and Justin, right? Both claim to have heard a vehicle, Justin once and Brad Wong. So what makes this different in a sense for Brandon? I don't know who this Brandon is. I heard of his name near the start at some point, and that was about it. I just remember hearing his name a few times. But my questions is that if this is true, so we'll take it as being truthful, but that would mean to say that the whole famdangos were both involved. And that's where I have this hard time, because if it's true that Emily and Hayden were there, and by the way, I did ask Haley, and basically, I just basically showed her the post, and she was just like, basically a bunch of more bullshit type of idea, right? So the thing that I have, Alvin is Daniel's uncle. That's correct. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like this information was not given to the RCMP. I don't know about Brandon, so I can't really speak for all what he's done or whatever. I just saw this post, but the post is just like, if this is true, so we'll take it at truth for the moment. It would just mean that both families are pretty much involved, and that it's like one whole big conspiracy with Jack and Lily. Then that's what this would mean. So hi, Daleen. And if you can clear anything up, then feel free. When Christy was on DT, Brandon was 90% on Jenna. Who's Jenna? On Jenna. He has since identified someone else. Who's Jenna? Right? Now, so another thing about this is, if Daniel knew, if Alvin was there and Daniel saw this, I mean, he would have been telling us, hey, guess what? My Uncle Alvin was there. He saw Emily and Hayden there on Lansdowne Road. Like, Daniel would be out there being like, see? But he hasn't said anything about, because this would be something that would go along with, well, what the whole bullshit of it all. Oh, he originally thought Jenna Jowdy. He has since. Oh, you're talking about, right? What? I think Charmaine mentioned that name to me the other day. Well, that's just it, right? Is that, Brandon, from what I've seen, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but he's not like the Anita of the world that's trying just to keep drawing attention to herself. He didn't, as far as I know, right, is that he didn't want this attention brought on himself. And I get it. So but I don't know him whatsoever, right? But I'm just saying, by the scope of this, like, that would imply that they're all have knowledge. But definitely Daniel would be using this to his advantage in a sense, because he'd be saying, well, my Uncle Alvin was there and he saw Emily and Hayden this morning with a pink Barbie top, right? So I'm curious what you guys are making, like, because a lot of, like, not a lot, but meaning it was kind of like it's far fetched, and then, just a little bit more thought it was truthful in the poll yesterday. So if you think it's truthful, then to me, this would mean that you might as well just implicate pretty much everyone on both sides of the family for a big cover up of Jack and Lily. And that just seems like, it's just that it seems, okay, unrealistic to think that nobody, tattled on someone along the way. When there's more people involved, that's when loose lips sink ships. So I'm just curious what you guys think. Well, that's just it. Just like Brad, right? What does Brad have to do for lying? I don't see what Brandon would gain from lying. From my understanding, he's been cooperating with the police from the beginning, right? I heard that he was like something like searched for like 100 days at the start and stuff like. So it's just like, well, I'll just come back to that. Joe is here in the bus with me. You know the way, but wait in the bus. It seems some only made accusations that can't be proven. That goes with the narrative they push. Brandon was one of the searchers from day one. Thank you, Maria. I thought so. I was hearing about this message all day yesterday. I went through the videos from Monsters of Chaos and the other one, but wasn't able to find it. Well, It's just that, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, this is absolute bullshit, because honestly, this whole case is about bullshit. So, you know, you look at the shit stirs, like I said, and people do the damnedest thing. But I've talked to Belinda, and she has nothing to say but good things, about Brandon and about his intent, right? And I know Belinda's a very wise woman. Like, me, I know Belinda is very smart, you know. Who loves guinea pigs? More BS. Okay, so it would not fit with Occam's. Well, that's a whole different way. Occam's razor at all. And I doubt that many people would not have said something. Well, that's just it, you know. And so, but I mean, if he's clearly saying these names, then he's deeming it as fact. He's not saying possibly Hayden or possibly Emily, right? He's clearly saying their names. Now, Brandon is a widow ex-military with PSD and has his hands full already. Why would he involve himself in this for nothing? Well, that's just it, right? There's certain people, that you're just like, if they're not big attention seekers or grabbers, just like Brad Wong wasn't, until his name got thrust into the spotlight, especially when the documents came out for him and Justin, right? There's nothing like them telling you to give a tip and you can leave it anonymously and then them busting your chops in the documents and in an article, right? Where they release the names. Poor Natasha Haywood too, right? It's so that's just it. And you're trying to decipher the shit because what's this is implying that it was all like, even though don't get me wrong, I believe that there was a bunch of staging and shit going on. But this is implying that both Malaya's family, and you know what? It could very well be true. That's the damnedest part. Maybe when people are trying to connect the dots with Malaya, and Daniel and stuff like that, and these kids disappearing. But why would Daniel and Malaya's family both be like, well, I'm on board? Normally it would be like, it would be like the cover up and more the secret between them two and try to make people believe, or maybe between the three, who knows, meaning Janie, right? But who sits there and goes, you know what, let's just have a family meeting. We're all just going to go around planting things, and make it look something and have all these people have this knowledge. Daniel would be screaming from the rooftops, that his uncle saw these two, planting the blanket. But instead, he accuses Haley. And then we just heard his latest theory, because obviously the other theory is not going too well, right? So I don't know. Well, we're going to come to, because, I plunk it into AI. Then I ask AI, analyze this post in regards to Jack and Lily's case. So we'll see what that says in a minute. With more people involved, all their statements would be all over the place as time went on. This is one of those things where I'm like, make it make sense, because it just seems astronomically rare that all these people are going to be involved. But then, I think that's where the whole freaking Goler thing comes from, or shit like that. He can be one of the first ones to show up on his quad by the time the RCMP showed up, like you said. That was 10:27 a.m. How's he in his truck at 10:38? He can't be one of the first ones to show up. Was on his quad by the time RCMP showed up, like he said. I don't know. I'm not exactly. Are you talking about Daniel? Are you talking about his brother? She not funny. She's not funny. I watched some shenanigans show the other evening, and Daleen confronted her congratulations to, and they wait. That's not English, Carla. I watched Shenanigans show the other evening and they lean confront. Oh, I think you meant they lean and it turned into they lean. And confronted her. Congratulations to. Yeah, I'm just trying to read your typos there, eh? Because I know how boop 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 work. They were cars on the side of the road and a truck. The colors of the cars were changed from the initial description. Brandy says. Jane Doe RCMP allowed. Hey, Sharon. I missed something. Who is Brandon? If somebody hasn't answered you already, Brandon was one of the first people that was there that morning. He's saying, I guess he heard about the children, that like on the radio or whatever it was, perhaps the scanner, and that he spent like, and maybe he still does, but him and his dogs or something searching for Jack and Lily. And so I don't know a lot about this dude. Besides, I remember hearing the name, but it's been so long. Brandon has changed his account and the color of one of the cars. Just Jeannie. Charmaine, Labradors. I know Labradors are just like um, golden retrievers. It said Brandon told investigators and is cooperating. You know, I mean, we don't know what's true or not true here, right? It's just all a lot of speculation. One second. One second. I think my husband's knocking. All right. Sorry. Um, Daniel's family is covering from Malaya's family is covering for her. Either side doesn't want the kids to go to prison, right? Since J and L are going, they're trying to save them. One big corrupt. You know, it's funny because I remember I've been like the other day I was asking AI, a bunch of questions, right? And pretty much word for word, that was one of the things that it said. Like when I can't remember the question I specifically asked it, but it was pretty much verbatim to that. Um, I'd like to see what RCMP bulletin board looks like on this one, right? Right. Um, the group could take advantage of Brandon. I'm sure he's a good guy. It's the group behind the narrative, Brandy says. Uh, Strategies to cause confusion. I don't give a fuck. They can change it as many times as they like. Fact is, they keep changing, says it all. This was a pink shirt. Where's the truth? Nice to know, to be honest with you. I don't think we're far off. Sometimes blindness is stubborn until confronted with something it can't refute. I mean, I just feel like it's, just like I said, if I take Brad for his word because I feel like he's genuine and a good guy. Now, I don't know nothing like I said about this Brandon, but you have to always ask yourself, like, why insert yourself into something, you know, if there's no stake in the game, and then why, but apparently he didn't want this to be, like he didn't want his name out there. And then it got, how it gets leaked, you do, right, and stuff like that. So it's like this is like a tackle, okay, I'm just going to say this once and once only, so why the public agenda for M right now? Why Janie's agenda for covering for Daniel? Who like who knows where the truth is in this case exactly, right? Everything besides the documents and stuff like that. News articles can get things wrong in write-ups and stuff like that, as well. But I mean, we just try to take as much of the most truthful information as we can and try to apply it to common sense. This just throws like a whole freaking bird turd on everything, to be honest with you. But I'm. It's more about like if this is true, that it implies that that pretty much they all freaking are part of it, right? You know, I always have a hard time with that, Daleen, because it reminds me a lot of uh, Derwood when he's speaking for Janie, or speaking for Daniel. And shit gets twisted very fast because something was relayed in the wrong way that it was meant to be, or we forget exactly. And I believe that Janie said certain things, and I also believe that Darren didn't get things right of some of the stuff that she did say or Daniel said and stuff like that. But that just caused more chaos. I'm just a firm believer is I'm I, I don't hide behind anything. If I'm going to speak, you're going to hear my voice. Not everyone's like that, but this is what happens if somebody's trying to remain anonymous, in a sense, and then say someone else is speaking for them. And then you know how it is. One wrong word said the wrong way, will be under fire, right? And then it turns into a mountain, into a fucking volcano. And, then it erupts, and then more BS just keeps getting added and stuff like that. That's why that stuff really doesn't faze me. But but this particular statement, this would imply that the whole Famdangos are all part of this. And Daniel would be using this knowledge to his own advantage, in a sense. Like, look, my uncle saw Emily and Hayden planted, but he didn't say that. Instead, he went off and said that Haley planted the blanket. We haven't heard about this tree thing. At least I never heard. I don't think most of us did, because that would insinuate that it's a pink Barbie shirt that was planted. So it's confusing, but each to their own truth. I don't know his truth. I don't know. I don't know him worth Adam. I went back to the very beginning and some of the lives that are so much. I know there's tons, right? Yeah, I know. It's the same with me. You just forget a lot of stuff after time. Brandon was there early because I believe he had a scanner and heard it. Well, it would have to have been on the scanner. It wouldn't have been a radio. That doesn't sound right, because there's no way that it would have been on the radio at that point. Scanner, yeah. Because they didn't, like, the police got there at 10, what was it, 10:21, right? So, I don't know. It just more like sounds like a scanner. Maybe, but I don't know. I just heard, I think, Daleen say radio, but she could have been wrong when she said that. Maybe it was like a scanner. I could see that for sure. Because a lot of people have their scanners going, right? A lot of people do. I'd be more interested in white people are trying to discredit a witness. My point is the whole town can know, but no one will speak out because of fear. Teabag is all for M. That's why she's trying to discredit this witness. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, again, each to their own what they do on their channels. If whatever. That's all I gotta say. All I'm looking for is the truth about Jack and Lily. And I don't like, it's not this care level about, like I said, who supports Malaya, who doesn't, whatever she wants to do on her channel. I'll do whatever I want on my channel. So it's one of those things, right? Even, like I said, even Mike Damon, he's so, like, whatever, right? He bores me with his bashing bullshit. Now I've just stopped watching anything of his. I was barely watching him anyway, but I was like, okay, let me listen to some of this Anita stuff, and stuff like that. And I'm sure there's some truth in there for sure from Anita. But now it's like whatever. And like when people are kind of talking about things, um, usually one or two lives, you pretty much got the full picture of while they're there or whatever. But like how could she possibly have all this information more to add during a small amount of time in a sense, right? So then it just becomes just more bibble babble in a sense. I just want the little key facts that make sense, you know, or what would make sense. That's it. Because I know that at the end of the day, I'm just looking for those little tidbits myself, right? Everyone wants answers for Jack and Lily, but realistically, it's the RCMP. There's not one person that's going to know the answer of what happened to Jack and Lily for certainty until the RCMP come out with those answers for us. No one's going to join up on a live and be like, I have the information that's going to, give the secret to what happened to Jack and Lily. That information, either the police will find that out through their investigation, and maybe that person that either folds like a card, like a deck of cards, or, that person that might be hindering the investigation by holding back information and stuff like that, until such time, it's just us talking about Jack and Lily, talking about the case. I'm not into, like I said, like all the drama bullshit of it. Don't care about that. I just want, I would just love myself, regardless of the fact. Kind of like Sebastian Rogers' case. You can only take a case so far with your timeline, and then it just dies because there's no answer that we're gonna get until the LE out there is going to bring those answers. And you just hope that they're working hard, on the case and stuff like that. And in this case, I absolutely believe that they're very much working hard behind the scenes here. But they need to, like in an area like where they live, when an area where they live, they need to obviously, the digital data and stuff, right, is just not the same as if you live inside a city. It's just not. And that's going to be, to me, where they lack it, the digital evidence. And they might come upon something, or someone might give them something that, leads to the truth and, arrest of whatever happened to Jack and Lily. Those kids did not wander off, and there is no sign of them and no scent. Maybe, Daleen, you could clarify. He heard it on scanner. He didn't. Um, Project Jericho vibes in Prescott, Ontario. Don't know it. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just see. Brandon says on his statement he heard it on the radio. Unless I got a typo on that shit. Like the scanner radio probably is what that means. Not the actual. I don't believe this means the radio, because there's no way that this was coming out on the radio at that point. In my eyes, scanner radio would make sense. And maybe the wording just ended up as radio, but the scanner radio, I could see. That many involved, I would think it slipped out to the public. Okay, math ain't mathin'. Brennan doesn't owe us any further explanation. He is a potential witness. I believe him. Yeah. I just happened to, I think Monsters of Chaos. I just happened to watch that live with you and Shenanigans or whatever, and kind of got a little ugly on there. I don't. I typically haven't watched any videos of that stuff at all, to be honest with you. But I did hear you loud and clear that that you talked to Brandon and you believe in him. Belinda said she's talked to him. She believes in him. But like this is like the thing that makes this okay is the fact that this would pretty much include both sides of the family, right? That had involvement. And the chances of that being kept secret and that the police couldn't figure this out would be amazingly low. So that's why it's hard to read this, right? Even to the most trusted person, right, out there, if other people are reading this, like myself, you're like, what? How would it be possible to keep this a secret? Why isn't Daniel, letting loose to everybody about this information? It's his uncle that lives down the road, right? Daniel would for sure use this as that his uncle was just probably out searching and came across Brandon, Hayden and Emily. So it's a multiple thing. So, okay. So I want to go to, okay. Let me, 1 second here. Take that down. Yeah. Yeah. Just quickly scroll down for a sec. Ham radio equals scanner. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm very realistic about cases, um, you know, and I think the likelihood of Jack and Lily being alive are CB radio, possibly. So I'm just thinking scanner radio, just the typical verbiage. Uh, but again, he obviously wouldn't have known these names. He would have had to have looked at some pictures, right, to say who these are. Yeah, well, potato, to be honest on that, Dealing. Who cares? Radio, scanner radio. I mean, I think it's pretty clear what makes the most sense. Brad Turner and shenanigans. But does Alvin admit that this happened? Right. Well, no, that's what he said in here, right? Is that Alvin, I will not include Alvin in that because he admitted to being there. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, I'm gonna bring this down. Share screen. Okay. Now, 1 second here. I'll have to. Don't think it overly matters, to be honest with you, there, Sarah. I'll have to make this bit. Yeah. Okay. So, hold on. Let me have a drink. Okay, so I put it into the AI and I said, analyze the screenshot in reference to Jack and Lily Sullivan case. How would RCMP view this information if true? So based on the provided image screenshot, eyewitness account posted online by an individual named Brandon regarding the morning of May 2nd, the exact date Lily and Jack Sullivan vanished, okay? The text highlights an encounter on Lansdowne Road at 10:40 a.m. involving key figures connected with the family, including Emily Ogle, Alvin McKenzie, Hayden, and mention of Daniel Martell and Malaya Brooks Murray. A wine-colored four-door and a pink child's shirt hanging from a tree. If this information is true, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, of course, and their Northeast Nova Scotia Major Crime Unit would view and process it through a specific investigation lens, establishing a timeline of events. The RCMP relies heavily on precise timelines. Brandon, Brandon states he saw Emily run out of the woods and saw Elvin on Lansdowne at 10:40, leaving by 10:45 or 10:50 a.m. This is highly critical because the children were last reported being seen by a family member around 10 a.m. that morning. Well, we know that AI doesn't always quite get it right because then I remind AI. But, anyways, we all know that the children, okay, because it's in the CTV, or no, that one's not in the CTV, because we all know from the scanner it was like 8 o'clock to 8:30, and that Janie claims to have heard them after 9. So, okay. So the phone call obviously was at 10:01. At 10:40 a.m., sightings put these individuals on a remote, very close road to the property almost immediately after the children reportedly went missing, which is close enough. RCMP would cross-reference because it's 45 minutes from Truro, right, to Gairloch. At 10:40 a.m., sighting put these individuals on a remote, okay, whatever. RCMP would cross-reference Brandon's timeline with GPS data, cellular tower pings, and the 5,000 video files they've already canvassed from the area to verify if a wine-colored four-door vehicle was present. Assessment of physical evidence. Brandon mentioned Alvin McKenzie walking him to a tree where a pink children's shirt was hanging. At the time of her disappearance, 6-year-old Lily and was reported wearing a pink Barbie top. The RCMP would view this as potential discovery of critical physical evidence or clothing belonging to the victim. They would want to know why this shirt was in a tree, who put it in there, and if it was ever recovered or logged. If it was true, it would fundamentally change the geographic search radius of where the children or their belongings were last positioned. Okay. The RCMP Major Crimes Unit utilizes behavioral analysis. Brandon's account outlines several highly suspicious behaviors that investigators would want to probe. Alvin McKenzie allegedly acted nervous. Okay, this is obviously perception, though. Looking back towards the woods and explicitly asking Brandon if I was the police. The occupants of the second vehicle hiding their faces, or at least one, hand up against it. Again, perception, but we all know what's true and not true when somebody's doing something if we're literally there. Seemingly trying not to be seen and claiming they were family from Truro before leaving abruptly. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious if somebody was trying to kind of hide their, face a bit, you know. Brandon claims that these individuals lied and never mentioned being on Lansdowne Road so early that morning in the official court release statements. The RCMP would treat these actions, if true, as active evasion, potential obstruction, or attempts to mislead the search efforts. Screening against pre-existing statements. Brandon explicitly states, since the statement is already out there with NEM, Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit, that's what that was, okay. And that was addressed in my statement to police. Verification. The RCMP's first step would be to pull Brandon's actual signed police statement from their database. They would verify if he is saying on social media perfectly mirrors what he told investigators in private. Discrepancy check. If his online post matches his official statement, it adds weight to his consistency. If there are contradictions, I think they're kind of talking about this post because that just came out. It flags him or the post as potentially unreliable or influenced by online rumors. Distinction between fact and social media speculation. The RCMP have publicly expressed frustration regarding the sheer volume of online speculation. Blah, blah, blah. Brandon directly references the digital noise, calling out a YouTuber shenanigan. Okay, like I said, that was just kind of inserted in there. Obviously doesn't like her. While the RCMP would aggressively investigate the core facts of Brandon's physical sighting, the car, the shirt, the people, they would heavily discount the interperson. Hey, you know what? When I pulled this up on my other AI, it sounded way better than what this shit does, to be honest with you. Um, the claim Brandon states he witnessed this entire encounter between 10:40 a.m. and 10:50 on May 2nd. He notes that this was so early before police were even on Lansdowne. But that's not true though. Like, meaning they arrived at the property at 10:21, you know, unless he's referencing when they started staging, perhaps. The discrepancy. The children were reported last seen, whatever, around 10. We know it's not true that. If this is a true account, that would mean a tight window of 40 minutes. Realize that the children are gone, drive to, actually, I don't like what I'm reading, really. But the pink shirt. It's only because, like, when I pulled this up on my iPad the other day, it was saying it so much better. But the time is wrong about 10. The post claims Alvin showed Brandon a pink shirt hanging in the tree. Well, let me read that part again. Um, One sec. Uh, okay, 1 second. Yeah, I do ask that people just be 1 second here. I do ask that people just be respectful in chat, right? And again, if you don't like to hear something, but don't go on any attack on anybody. I haven't really seen what was all said. I just saw one of Daylene's comments about being accused or something of lying and stuff like that. But yeah, we're all adults, right? We can all have our own words. Doesn't mean you have to believe somebody, but just don't go on the attack of somebody. Right, Joe? Joe knows what I'm talking about, don't you, Joe? Anyways, let me bring that back up again. Stop screen. Share screen. Where's no. That's wrong. Share image file. Where is it? This one? Okay. So I want to see where it says. He asked if I was pleased. I said no. He then said she found a pink shirt. I got out and he walked me over to the tree where there's a pink children's shirt hanging. After that, he did not say another word. He turned around. But then down at the bottom, he says, "Why was the pink shirt placed in the tree? Um, why were you in the woods that far from the home? Why was that pink shirt placed in the tree? Why are there no photos of this available publicly?" See, that's what I don't get though. If you're looking for two children though that morning and there's a pink shirt in a tree and someone takes you over there to show you it, how come you're not taking a photo of the picture of the pink shirt in the tree? Unless he did. But, like, you know what I mean? There's those little clarifiers there. It's kind of like with Daniel, and that the kids were sleeping when he looked in. They had the covers, on and type of thing. And right, why is none of it mentioned in the RCMP? I mean, honestly, you guys, for all we know, though, this could be information that they did not want out there. For all we know, this could be a part of the investigation that they were not willing to give you the information, But it's just because when it says, like, why are there no photos of this available publicly? But he's saying that publicly. Why are there no photos of this? then in my head, I'm like, well, yeah, where's your photo? Because you were walked over to this tree. So where's your photo publicly? Right? So that doesn't make sense to me. It needs clarification, right? But it doesn't have to, but still, then you just add more BS to the pile when, type of idea. That's why I'm glad that Brad Wong, will come into chat and speak out, to clarify himself, and other times in Messenger, but when he comes in the chat and he's willing to answer you guys, whereas before, when he was trying to not out there, but basically once his name was out there, it's like pretty much YOLO, what the fuck, got nothing to lose here, besides speaking for himself. So that one throws me off there. People also keep asking why everyone believes that no, it was not. So this is obviously further down. I don't know where Wade, is it Wade Martell or Wade McKenzie? Because I know that there's the Mackenzies, right? Let me just, you guys, let me find something to play here quickly. I just want to go look at something. What do I want to play? Okay, well, you know what? Let's just go borrow from Charmaine's channel. We'll go to Jack and Lily. Wait, I gotta go to the lives. What are the one that we were watching? A lot of the stuff wasn't even meaning, it was just repetitive, a lot of it. It was only interesting towards the later end of his answers, especially the theory. So I'll just play it from here for a minute, and I'll be right back. Okay, guys? This is Charmaine's channel. Oops, you guys can't even see it, can you? Because I didn't share it, obviously. Stop screen. Share screen. Jack and Lily. There she is. Let's just close this off. There we go. Why isn't it? Hold on. Oh, it says I have to remove that. Wait. Oh. Well, I did stop screen. Stop screen. Remove. Oh. Hello. Hello. Pop myself right back in a big window. I actually hate that freaking whole close-up thing. You might as well look down my throat. Yeah, it is Wade McKenzie, right? Okay. No, that's a different one. That's Wade. That's Cindy's other half. Brad. Yeah, there was other things apparently he found and stuff like that, right? Like the blue blanket that was down, and stuff like that. And, remember when I think RCMP wasn't coming, so they had to take it or whatever. I don't know. I don't know too much about that stuff anymore. All right. There it is. Okay. I'm just going to play this for a minute or so. I'll be right back. So this is Charmaine and Daniel.
I guess I shouldn't be saying her name, but, and, Maya left for the DMV. And
so we'll go back a little.
Very, very disturbing. And second of all, I don't know how Anita's husband or boyfriend puts up with, all the lies she spreads and just the false claims, as investigators say. I don't agree with it one bit, and I don't know how he puts up with it. I mean, because they're not just dragging him into it with everything. It's, dragging their business into it too as well, because she comments on Facebook, stuff to do with Lily and Jack. and she comments under Maxwell Roofing. So she even attacks people using the business Facebook account.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. It's mind-boggling to think that her boyfriend is okay with it and that she is okay with it as well. So what I'm gonna do, you guys, because I'm reading some of the chat and it's distracting me because it's pissing me off. Like, get a grip, people. Like, honestly, I'm not gonna ask some of these ridiculous questions. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask questions that I have, and if you guys don't like the way that I'm doing it, you can thank some of the ignorant people in chat.
Does
So
Charmaine
first
sound
of
like
all,
Sunny a little bit?
I have to let Carly
Lot
out. So I'm
bit?
gonna ask you to go through as much of Wednesday as you can remember, just because I need a
Get
few
on our
extra
bad
minutes.
side.
Mhm.
I'm
I
telling
know
you.
that you didn't have a whole lot of information to give about Wednesday before, but people have asked me to get that from you if I could.
Do the whole rundown on Wednesday when we went over to Truro and did laundry and everything. Well, Malaya did it while I watched the kids.
Sorry,
But
that was
yeah, we got up that
myself for
morning
a
and then
second.
we got ready and we went over to Truro to Patty's house. She lives in Bible Hill. Well, she used to live in Bible Hill. And so we got over there. We had like 5 or 6 bags of laundry. And she said, we're going to be over here for most of the day. I might as well do laundry. And I said, all right, like, because she doesn't see her grandmother that often, right? And Patty would be 70 now. So, and, Patty's not in the best of health. But I'll continue with the story. We went over there, we were doing laundry, and Malaya was doing laundry. I was watching the kids for most of it in Meadow. I guess I shouldn't be saying her name, and Malaya left for the DMV, and she was gone for, I don't know, an hour probably, maybe an hour and a half. I'm not sure in the exact time, but I looked after Jack and Lily for most of the day. I didn't sit in the car for 8 hours, as some people say. And we got home 10 o'clock or 10:30 that night. It was pretty late because I was talking to Mom that night and I said, like, Mom, I wanted to be home like hours ago. But we were over there for like 8 hours or something like that. It was a long length of time. And it's a lot to remember, like, from a year ago, but I try to do my best to, have the best recollection I can of everything. But yeah, and as of I know, like, I don't know where Malaya's clothes went. I'm assuming she left them at Patty's house. I'm guessing she left them in the basement. I was unaware of it because she had my clothes and Lily and Jack's, and also some of our daughters as well. So when we got home, I took all the clothes out of the car. I was unaware that Malaya's clothes weren't there at the time. So I'm guessing she did leave them at Patty's. So in saying that, her leaving me was premeditated. So, I mean, that's really the most I have to fill in on that. There's not really too many details that stick out that are, in my mind that give any more detail. I asked investigators on Wednesday, they could triangulate Malaya's cell phone and the GPS in her car to see if she went anywhere else other than the DMV. And, because Cindy works quite close by, she works at the hospital in Colchester. So that's pretty.
Definitely Charmaine's a troll. Husband brought me dinner as I was playing it. A little bit more important. There's part of me that goes, Shark, get your ass up here. Come on now. Talkie. Um, I still want to actually know, yes or no, if you're thinking about it though, just yes or no. What do you think of Brandon's post? Do you believe it? or do you not? But if you're going to believe it, it basically says that they all freaking knew. Yeah, he can go live all he wants. He's probably got his sidekick there as well. Hi, Shannon. But I'm curious, just yes or no, right? How you guys feel about it. I mean, the truth will be the truth. What are we eating for dinner? Well, it's called Nando's. Husband bought me, I cut it and it's hard to see. Um, Coleslaw, French fries, and chicken. But without doing it, see my chicken before I cut it? It's in the shape of a heart on there. So I was like, husband, it looks like a heart because he loves me. No, but I am thinking of Daniel, even if it's not KFC. Does that mean Daniel, we're KFC buddies regardless? We'll like live by the sword and die by the bucket. But I got no birthing sauce. I got ketchup and barbecue sauce, but I don't have my birthing honey mustard sauce on there. Because I said to husband, he's like, I gave you barbecue sauce and ketchup. Is that good? And I was like, what? No honey mustard sauce? He's like, do we have some? And I'm like, yeah. But I was like, don't worry about it. Anyways, he said he was having Nando's. I'm not overly a big fan of Nando's. Yeah. But I don't mind just basic chicken and fries, I guess, and coleslaw. That's fine. I know it looks fabulous. That's why Charmaine should probably come up here and start talking, unless we just look at her face on the video and keep listening to that for a minute. What is birthing sauce? Well, if you haven't seen my KFC video, do you guys want me to play the KFC video? Yeah, I should play the KFC video. Shouldn't I? I don't know. Where is the salt? I don't need salt. Yeah. Yeah, let's play the KFC. Sorry, Charmaine. It's coming down. Hold on. Let's go find the KFC video. I'll put it. Let's just do it. Daniel, I know you're watching. KFC. Where's my KFC? Couldn't be too far in here. Oh, here it is. Okay. So if anyone hasn't seen this video, okay, so this should give you a little bit of a smell. But anyway, so Daniel, he would make some comments. One of the things that he said to me was basically, what was it? Something like I should go eat a bucket of KFC type of thing. So it more became like a running joke to me. And so I would just kind of like, poke at Daniel whenever he said that, because in the midst of it all, you're kind of being like, really? 2 children are missing and you're telling me to go eat a bucket of KFC and, Netflix things and shit like that he said on channels, right? So I made a video about the KFC because at the end of the day, it still brought awareness for Jack and Lily. No, he said the only thing you birthed is a bucket of KFC. Thank you. Thank you. Is that what it was? It's been too long. I just remember I made a video about it. Okay, let's, and that will give me a chance to eat as I'm watching it myself. Wow. Share screen. Daniel Martell. All right. So this is on that wonderful channel called It's a Crime and Shame. She did an amazing video here. But anyways, let's take me off the screen and then play it. Let's see here. Where is it? Here we go. I want to tell you guys that I had the most wisest advice given to me the other day. And so I want to talk to you guys about that because it's pretty serious. Amidst the fact that Jack and Lily are missing, Daniel was really profound. And he said to me, why don't you go give birth to a bucket of KFC? Now, all I'm thinking is, what does that even mean? Go give birth to a bucket of KFC. So I contemplated it and I went into action. And guess what I did? I gave birth to a bucket of KFC. Well, maybe not technically, did I give birth to it? But I went over to KFC and I said, you know what? Could you just birth me a bucket of KFC so I can take this home? Show Daniel that his wise wisdom, instead of course, looking for Jack and Lily, he decided to come into the chat and say, you know what, Sonny, go give birth to a bucket of KFC. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I ever thought of that before. I don't even think I considered give birth to a child or give birth to a bucket of KFC. Guess what? I did. See all my little chiclets right there? Oh, ignore the fact that I ate some of them, okay? So anyways, I want to show you a couple more profound messages that Daniel, of course, had on Justin's live and other people's lives. So besides, of course, telling me to go give birth, what such a wise man. Honestly, I don't think I would have ever thought of that before. You are smart, Daniel. I'll give it to you that. Very wise beyond your years. But I just want to know, while you're sitting in the chat, you could be, just saying, you could be looking for Jack and Lily. I mean, it doesn't matter that 2 kids disappeared underneath yours and Malaya's, supervision, but you took your time, pushed Netflix to the side, pushed all those interviews with the news stations to the side to make a special appearance yet again, and it's a crime and shame channel. And I do want you to know how much I appreciate that you literally pushed everything aside, including Jack and Lily, and that you came into the channel. But I just kind of wanted to go over a few things with you if you don't mind, okay? So as I'm eating my KFC, that I gave birth to. Well, let's see here. Daniel Martell. Who's Daniel? What other wise words does Daniel Martell have to say? Oh, Malaya. Well, she has Meadow and she is on the run. Pretty sure I saw that video where she was shopping and she didn't look like she was running to me. Hold on. Make sure you guys. There was a video that someone took of Malaya. She was clearly at a grocery store, definitely on the run, walking. Okay, she was walking. Now, looking at all these other wise words you got for us. Kids are alive. Polygraph exam questions were all on, of course, Ixnay on the Xnay, and everyone passed. So you're going to tell me that you know that everybody passed, including the Malaya Brookside? Because when you were on the interview, you just said, you know what? I'm just going to say it. I shouldn't, but I'm going to say it. Malaya took a polygraph too. The CBC interviewer says to you, do you know if she passed or not? And you're like, no, I don't. So I want to retract on everyone passed. Oh, and the kids are alive. Okay. Proof of life, please. Proof of life. Now then, let's see the next one. Bro. Malaya is on the run from the RCMP. What don't you get, bro? Right? So again, let's go back to that clipping that was from the other day when Malaya was literally in a grocery store shopping. I didn't think she was running. Pretty sure. In fact, she was going pretty slow. But bro, what don't you get? She's on the run. Now, let's see here. When of course talking about Meadow there. So I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Daniel Martell. He's such a wise man, isn't he? Malaya, apparently you know everything. Okay, Malaya, you know everything. Okay? How many chicken nugget things do I have in here? How many? Just take a guess, because you know everything. I birthed this for Daniel. Malaya, go ahead. Tell us everything that you know, because you know everything. Daniel? He knows nothing. Nothing at all. Right, Daniel? Let's see. Daniel Martell says, yes, she's terrified. Investigators are close. Hold on. Suspense thriller. Oh my God. Hold on. I better go for the bigger piece of chicken. 1 sec. Yes. Yes, she's terrified. Investigators are close. Malaya, remember when you were seen shopping with your shopping cart the other day? You're terrified. You look terrified. Honestly. That's why you're turning your back to us the whole time. Not going to drop anything there, but you guys, Daniel says that Malaya looked terrified. Penny for your thoughts on that one. Let's see, Danielle. I want Meadow, not Malaya. How many clips do we have to show? You guys know her, Malaya. Don't be mean. No, Malaya. I should be out looking for Jack and Lily. But Malaya, if you can magically transpawn back home to the old Daniel, that would be amazing. Just, you know what? Meet me under the tap. We'll call it a waterfall. Drip, drip. I can picture it now, can't you guys? Netflix. Here it comes. Yeah. Let's see. Danielle Martell. RCMP said, drug test not a concern. Well, not a concern at all, you guys. Not a concern. Neither was any of it that was allegedly possibly in the trailer. Not a concern at all. Not when it comes to kids. Not a concern. Not at all. Daniel, no rugs, dogs. Went through the house and property. I'm just going to ask a friend, unless I want to use a lifeline. Daniel Martell, to tell the truth or not tell the truth? Kind of dog, cadaver dog? Oh, you wouldn't tell us that, would you? No rugs? Of course not. You're innocent. You're innocent of everything. You're not going to talk about Malaya, is what you said. in another recent posting. You're not going to do that anymore. Nope, nope. Well, we trust you as far as we can throw you. It's almost like playing, you guys, when I was a kid and I lived in Chilliwack, we used to go to this little contest that was down the streets in Chilliwack. And it was like, who can throw this big manure pie the furthest? Like, I'm not kidding you. That's what it was. How far can you sling that manure? According to Daniel, though, I think he thinks he can sling it a long way. We're all buying it, Daniel. You know nothing. Malaya, hold on one sec, Daniel. Daniel. I cannot appreciate the KFC without the finger licking good honey mustard. Gotta have that for you, Daniel. Hold on. Let me just dip and dunk and eat. That's almost like birthing sauce right there. Honestly, amazing taste. I never thought until Daniel came along to ever consider giving birth to a KFC bucket. Can't see that. For anyone that doesn't know, that's Crunch Them Pearls. All right. Pretty sure that he doesn't believe you either. They do stack shit that high, Daniel. Just saying. They do. Taller than you, actually. But, I'll just keep birthing these KFC buckets. They're really actually quite good. Never thought that a VJ could birth these things. Now, I just want to state this, you guys. Everything that Daniel says is truth. We would never think that Daniel would ever lie, tell a mistruth at all. He's not shown it. Malaya knows everything. Only imagine that Malaya came out and spoke. I wonder what Malaya would truly say. Better have a chicken ball on that. Pretty sure, Daniel. Malaya would say, full shit. Kept my word, didn't I, you guys? July 22nd, said I was going to get KFC. Went to get KFC. Come on. Yeah. Daniel, I want you to know, I'm truly enjoying this. What a marvelous idea. Want some birthing sauce, Daniel? Anyway, best buddy pal, Daniel, my last bit of advice. Oh, yeah. Come on, get it in there. That's right. A little crunchy. Hold on. Finger looking good, Daniel. Hold on. Not done with you yet, buddy. Too lazy to bring a drink home with me. But Pepsi's just good. Gotta wash down that chicken somehow. Hold on. I'm coming to my climax here. I mean, after giving birth to a KFC bucket, definitely coming to my climax. All right. My final words of wisdom to you back, because you gifted me with the words of wisdom of giving birth to a KFC bucket. And I appreciate that. I do. From the bottom of my heart and my stomach, I absolutely do. So my last thing I want to say or do is, well, while you're watching this video, Daniel, there's 2 children missing called Lily and Jack. Yeah, you might want to just maybe stop doing all the Facebook groups, going into people's lives, looking like a fool. I mean, not a fool. Obviously, you're very wise. I get it. You're going to let everybody else look while you stay on Facebook in those Facebook groups. It's a very smart move on your part. Right, RCM? I think it's a very wise move. The more Daniel talks, the more shit that he says. And we'll see what happens from there. We're not going to give away the full Netflix movie. You got to keep you hanging. Anyways, you guys, just want to say thank you. Sorry, Tinkerbell. Offering, Tinkerbell. There's enough here, Tinkerbell, for you not to have any. Okay, you guys have a great night. I kept my promise. Daniel, why don't you keep your promises? Oh, wait, you can't. You don't know how. My bad. Have a good night, guys. All right, that was worth it to see again. Anyways, when did I do that one? I don't remember. When did I do that? 10 months ago. 10 months ago, July 22nd. That's right. I mean, I guess I said that in the video, didn't I? Winner, chicken dinner. But the thing, every time I think of chicken, KFC, I'm not going to lie. Sorry, Janie, I think about your chickens in the coop. Just saying. Where did Tinker? I don't even know. Probably changed their name. I don't even know, to be honest with you. Honey, shout it louder for those at the back. Anyways, that one gave me a giggle watching it again, to be honest. But me and Daniel, when it comes to KFC, we're like this. Okay? Yeah. I wish I could give birth to a bucket of chicken sauce right now and some chicken little chicken nuggets there. Did she really? Did she really? Marie? That's right. Like I said, that's going to be a to death do us part kind of KFC thing, for sure. But seriously, Tinkerbell? Oh, wow. Was it cancer? You know, I'm not going to lie. Totally forgot about Tinkerbell. I mean, Tinkerbell was totally on the opposite side of the fence of this channel, um, but I actually forgot about Tinkerbell until this video. Yes. Oh, well, I am very sorry to hear that. No, Sherman, you didn't. You just took my freaking funny ass KFC video and brought me on a low right now. No, not cancer. We can talk later. Yeah. Yeah. Just, obviously, very sorry to hear that. That's one person I actually didn't boot. She could be annoying as fuck. But yeah, you know. Aw, that's sad to hear. Anyways, thanks for letting me know, guys. Shemaine was saying about this the other day. Someone will just poof gone and she won't know. Well, you know what? Maybe she can send Jack and Lily vibes down from up above there, eh? On that one. I would love that. I just would. Do you guys do this? Let me ask you guys. Do you guys, because when I go to sleep most of the nights, most times, I'm always in my head trying to make sense of Jack and Lily's case. But in turn, I try to be like, just show me what happened to you, and the next thing I know, I wake up in the morning, alarm goes off, or get up to go pee, and it only takes me a couple minutes to start thinking about the case. And then, like, I'm not usually on this intermediate level, of kind of like, when a lot of the psychics, they'll say, like, it's kind of like before your sleep, you get into this, whatever. No, 3 sheets to the wind on this one. Hey, Sam. Wait, how can you have Sammy, girl Sammy, Miami? But I was thinking like Canada, eh? And then you threw in the Miami. Are you Canadian? But you live in Miami? But do you guys, some of you guys just go through it through your head? Rest in peace, Tinker. She even had right. Yeah, right. Yes, ma'am. Aw. Well, now she's looking at the KFC bucket from above. I loved arguing with her. I know. Like I said, she's one person I didn't boot. She could get it, annoying a bit, constantly in the chat there and stuff like that. But I knew her heart was always in the right place, and she knew mine was too. But I got a really good tan from Miami. Well, that works. When I die, I'm going to haunt people. Me and Charmaine already got that. Charmaine, that's the mug I got you. Remember? That me and Charmaine are going to be basically true crime ghosters. We're going to come down back to Earth together. Mm-hmm. That's what's hard is like, I have a broken pendulum Charmaine bought me that doesn't work because it doesn't give me answers. I try. It's like I was limited in my gifts. I have a knack for certain things, but I don't have the powers that I want. But I guess it's the powers I was given. Intuition, intuitive, read people, stuff like that. But I wanted to bring it up a level. Like, I literally wanted those powers. If I could have those powers to be able to see what happened to the crime scenes. Well, I don't know. Would you want those powers? I think I would, though, because I would, as much as I would hate having those powers, I'd still love it because you would be able to bring answers to families. Just don't get on our bad side while we're down on the earth. Just saying, right, Sherman? You don't want to have a soul fragment stuck in the 4th dimension. You want to have it stuck in a KFC bucket. Sarah, bless your heart. It is impossible to know what anyone is truly going through. I think all we can do is always try our best to be kind, compassionate, and understanding. Well, that's my thoughts about the world, you know? But like I said, it's kind of like as you get older, you get tired of the bullshit and the ignorance and the meanness of people and stuff. Like I said, let's just take hypothetically POS's channel. Why? You know, why does he always feel the need to insult people all the time to his great intelligence? Why? Right? That's where it's like, really? But that's when I'm like, you know what, dude? That's your life, and you're the one that has to live with who you are as a person, you know? But for me personally, like I said, I like to make the world a better place, in it. And that's why it means a lot to me when I come across personalities that have very caring hearts and do generous things, not because they're asked, because that's what's in their heart to do, to help others or to put, you know what I mean? I mean, it's a wonderful feeling when you can actually make someone's day. So for all these people that, like I said, POS channel, like, you're not benefiting this world. Whatever you think you're doing, you're not benefiting this world by being that type of personality. But that's on them. But I just wish that the world was definitely a lot more kinder. Right? But it's not. But there's a lot of people, and this is why I only associate myself, with people that are uplifting, and I get rid of the ones in this channel that aren't nice and they're ignorant. It's because it's like, go have a cup of fuck off. Don't need it. I don't need your views. And that's why I keep making this, subscribers only. There's some people that will subscribe and then unsubscribe after they've watched a live. I don't care, but I just feel like that the people that are worth it to be here are the ones that are subscribed, the ones that want to follow the channel, even if some leave and go, whatever. But I'm just meaning, like, I just think that's fair. Why do I want these outsiders, in a sense, being able to chat in the live unless they're subscribed? And then, can cause a lot of wreaking havoc with ignorance as they come in, Like I said, never is it for me or Charmaine and Alyssa. Alyssa. I was going to call her Melissa. It's never about any of the donations we get. It's nice that people support the channel, but it's not like we sit there and promote it and go on about how much to donate to us and stuff like that, because we know that that's not who we are as people. But Mike wants to try to slam, Charmaine's channel, probably mine at some point. I'm sure he has. As he puts $7.99 up to watch his members live. That's comical. But do you know what I'm saying? I have my priorities straight that way. Charmaine has her priorities straight. Melissa does. And, there's some other really good people. Like me, I'm talking about YouTubers right now, right? And stuff like that. I mean, I don't even hear Justin gets a bunch of donations, but I don't see Justin going like, hey, don't forget to donate to my channel and stuff like that. Clutch some pearls. I don't hear that. I don't even Death and stuff like that. I don't hear her sitting there begging for donations on the channel. That part I don't like too much, but that's just my own opinion. Yes, if only psychics could actually find more children, that would be great. I know it gets so confusing because you listen to people that have the same kind of outlook as you do, and you're just like, but I want, where's your cards telling us where they are, and that's where it lacks luster at the end of it. It's because it's like you're trying to get the answer, but nobody seems to have the actual answer. Oh, gee, it's like 40 plus year. Ask Carol Pate. Never heard of Carol Pate, to be honest with you. Proper moral compass. Well, that's why I like it. Sammy. Thank you. Now I just want to say your name. Sammy. Sam, hey. Thank you, Sammy. So it was so bright and red when it pops up. In my opinion, I would just like to say for those people coming for me, hiding behind accounts, don't be shy. I'm more than happy to have it out face to face. I'm the wrong person to play. That's what I always said too. You know, kind of the wrong person to play games with too. But then again, I also know, like after being on YouTube and stuff, um, like in my real life for sure. But on here, it's like whatever. Not gonna waste most of my time or breath. I used to. Now I just really could care less. Actually, how is Melissa? I haven't seen her in a bit. Well, she was in here earlier saying she was just driving back. She's working, eh? She always works with her brother at this time. And then she'll come out of that, after a few months and then back to doing lives again. Melissa's on the road again. A lot of us have our own stories and are drawn to the case. I can take it for a while and then have to leave. That's kind of what I have to do myself. I think I can't remember, but I feel like 2.5 months. No, it could have been longer. I don't remember, to be honest. I don't remember. I don't know. I feel like this is the longest that I certainly did. Everyone just needs to, again, go. Everyone has things in their life, that we don't necessarily know about somebody, right? Just like, nobody truly knows Sunny, really. Maybe a few a little bit more so, but not really. I'm usually not a big person. Like I've shared stories, but maybe you guys know me better than I thought actually now because I have shared stories. But I'm not usually that person that usually likes to put my shit out there, even if I'm having a sad day. Like I said, you'll never see me going to work and having a bad day. I might have a more quieter day. And if somebody says something, and if I am having when you lack sleep sometimes and you're more sensitive, then I can tear up fast if something's upset me. But other than that, most people wouldn't even know. They always see me going to work with a smile on my face. Clutch and Pearls and Daphne were last night after your live. It was really late. They deciphered a few good things last night. Really eyes open. I try to catch some of it when I can, but his lives are pretty much as long as my lives half the time. So sometimes, like the other night, I fell asleep. I was listening to him. I think I was out within 5 minutes. This case has actually helped me heal on my past and also makes me extra grateful for what I have. Oh, that's sweet, Jane, on there. I know most people are in here for a lot of them, their own personal reasons. Melissa, like I said, her son was murdered, and what's the other name? I'm trying to think. It's going to elude me, and I don't want to do a half-assed effort on what I was about to say. But anyways, and like I said, for a lot of people, it is healing. So that's why it's kind of like for me, like, so for most people, they're in here for a certain reason. But to have differences of opinions, right? Sometimes I make fun of the far-fetched shit, not going to lie, because it's just really out there. But I do respect that everyone still has an opinion about something. It's just always about if it's said ignorantly and stuff like that. Like, because I just feel like as adults, we can all just come into a space, be nice to each other, joke around, even though true crime is heavy, but we need that, right? And we have every right to do that, right? We can cover a case. We're bringing awareness to a case. It doesn't stop me from being who Sunny is, and that I have to sit there and act like everything's gloom and doom all the time, right? It's gloom and doom for the families affected, obviously, but right. But we're covering the case, and in the situation of Jack and Lily, my heart always pours out to Belinda, you know, to the family members that just love Jack and Lily and can't believe that they're gone, you know. But again, I'm not that person that can sit. I'm not one of those moody Judies that always has to be serious. I'm just not built that way. Have a dry spell, it's going to take a break. Yep. And I took one. Fuck that, I'm the devil. That's true. Charmaine needs Snapchat, the one with the little freaking horns on there. She, to be honest with you, when we come down back from, you know, from the dead and come haunt your asses, I'm pretty sure that I'd probably give most of you guys wings, and Charmaine would be sitting there with her freaking pitchfork, borrowed from Janie. Just saying. Sorry, Janie. Or the broom, one of the two. But I'm pretty sure that that's how it would be. Angelic, devil, Charmaine. Pretty sure that's how it would work out. I feel that I'm kind of a little bit nicer. She'd probably disagree, but whatever. Shannon RV, they should be afraid. You have Ninja Squirrel and every sold unitard. Unitard at your disposal. Put on protective gear, point release. Before you even finish your talk, yes, I do look up in heaven and ask for clues from my loved ones to find missing kids. Well, that's just it. I mean, the thing is that I had my experience back when Jaron died, and I didn't ask for him to come to me. He came to me, and he told me to tell his mom 2 words. Like, if you guys remember, any of you guys don't know the story, then I'm not going to tell the whole thing. But I didn't ask for it, right? But I would talk to him for, like, it's very rare now, but I do it sometimes still. But I'm always like here and there going like, hey mom, like, go help my sister, right? Like, she needs to fucking marry 1 time before she dies. You know, I don't need your help, mom. Been married 3 times. Okay. But anyway, but you know, I already had that experience. So I already know that life goes on beyond this. So I already know that. Right. But I just wish that, although I get signs, I want signs for Jack and Lily or some of these cases. That's the signs I like. But then the minute I ask, I fall asleep. You know, I just wish that, you know, like, come on, God, ramp up my fucking skill set here. You know, I think I'm due. Right? And next lifetime, I'm probably going to become a lazy ass fucking cat. I'm going to shit, piss, eat, and scratch a freaking couch out or 2. And that's going to be my life. Next life. Remember what it was. If Shannon was there, she remembers. So, like, I don't know what you're saying. Sonny, I love your love. I get that too. My twin will call it the evil laugh sometimes. Me and Sarah look gorgeous in our unitard. Shannon RV did it to me too when I said hello, Sammy. Sammy A, that one? Sammy A. Sammy A. Da, da, da. Camilla, oh, guess what? Guess what? But you'll never guess what. So I'll tell you anyway. Tomorrow's June 1st. Just saying. Oh, wait. It's probably June 1st to some people right now. So you already got it. Okay. I think they're going to be found too, Shannon. Sooner than later, that hopes. I feel like someone has to happen or be learned first, though. Yep. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you got to question it for sure. You know, that's the hard part. Like, honestly, the hard part is that as much as you might feel like you know the answers, and perhaps, and you know, a lot of people, of course, feel like that, unfortunately, Jack and Lily are no longer with us. Fucking sad as shit. Okay? Beyond heart ripping out. But what were they going to say? Come back. What was I going to say to that? I was looking at a comment. Oh, that's what I was going to say. It was the comment I was looking up above that. It's just the not knowing of when. Is it going to be a year? Is it going to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? when is the answer going to come? That's the hard part, you know, beyond the total, despair of Jack and Lily. To add that to the heart is just, it's so cruel. It's just so cruel, you know? And that's where, like kind of like when I was getting upset at my live at the end of it, it's because you're playing a clip. I'm playing one of my videos at the end of Jack and Lily. And as you're watching it, my heart just rips apart every time I'm looking at children. It's even if it wasn't this case, if it was another case in front of me that involved children, the fact that anyone would want to harm a child or children in any way, shape, or form, it just hurts me to the core because of how much I love children. I only have one, my Maddie Brady, and he's 29 and 29 and a half, pretty much. But anyways, so it was just like when you look at their little faces and they, say their first words, they take their first walk. You know what I mean? All those little cuckoos, those little things. What's that? What's that? What's that? And you see the smiles. You take them to the park. You just love them, and you just care for them, right? I know, even if my son doesn't necessarily always believe it, but that's different. I know I'm a great mother, even though my sons and our relationship broke down during the divorce. But I can't, kind of like your comment there, right? That's what it reminds me of. I had to keep saying to myself that I feel like something had to be learned first. I didn't understand why it was happening. I felt like it wasn't fair at all. It just wasn't. And it's still not. But I feel like there had to be a lesson being learned, to put my heart through that type of pain when my son was barely talking to me. I mean, he still barely talks to me, but at least he talks to me. He's not a talker too much, but it's hard, like he never wants to ever FaceTime me or anything. It's just a couple little words here and there, and it's really sad, because the divorce happened in 2013, and it's been very strained ever since. But it doesn't take away, the fact of what I know as a mother that I give. I mean, he might not appreciate, right? But that's okay, right? It's his life to leave, and that's how he feels. That's how he feels. But I can't imagine why anyone at all would want to harm a child. They're just so innocent, they're gifts. So that's why it hurts me to the core. Like when I was watching my video at the end and I was kind of swearing up a fuck storm at the end because I am mad. I'm mad for the bullshit of this case. These two children do not deserve this. They don't deserve it at all. And yet, what's the most likely outcome for these two children? Yeah, let me just read these for a second. 28 years married, me and my husband, June the 5th. Nice. He still is alive. What a lucky man. He serves me like your man does. Yeah, I have my husband, like I said, for anyone that doesn't know, my husband, me and him are both cancers. Our initials are both SJA, exact same. Like obviously my last name is Austin, through marriage with my husband, but his is like Steve Allen Austin, So even if I tell you my real name, which is the same, like my mom calls me Sunny, or she did when she was alive, Sunny or Sunshine. And so Sunny, I stuck with way back in White Court days because everyone would call me Sunny, even if they didn't know me. It was just my personality. And I was like, little did they know, that's my nickname. So regardless, Sonia is my actual name. Sunny is my nickname. But it's still, so Steve, John, no, sorry, SJ, sorry, Steve, John, Steve has two middle names, but anyways, Steve, John, Austin. So, and I'll just say Sunny because you guys say Sonia. Same amount of letters regardless. And my middle name is Jean, right? So it's just kind of like we're both cancers. But there's a 21-year age gap between us. It's obviously him that's older, or not. But anyways, I was born in '69. He was born in 1990. But we met online through playing RuneScape. Anyways, and then one day I jokingly said, like, it's my Pretty Woman story. So fuck all you bitches. That's what I got. My freaking Pretty Woman movie. And one day I said to him, and I was literally just joking because I wasn't even going, oh, yummy, you little cougar, you come over here to the cougar, to the little cub, I should say. He was my cub, but I wasn't thinking that at the time. But we got to talking, and I said, and we were talking about something must have been about a relationship, not between us, but just in general. And I said, you wouldn't consider coming to Canada, would you? And then that's when he said, you know what? In his British accent, for you, I would. And I was like, fuck yeah. Like, I didn't, like, honestly, I was literally not expecting that. And we just fell madly in love over the internet on our Skype we used at the time, and so now it will be 11 years coming up, July 11th. So nice. Shannon, she's got a birthday on Thursday, 29 and holding. Shannon, I thought it was Tuesday till my kids corrected me. That's okay. A lady, she called in to change the date on her order, and she thought it was Saturday. And I was like, your date's all ready for Monday. So anyway, yes, that's true, Sonny. Chicken. It's only because you got the name Chicken. I admire this name even more so. Right, Daniel? You can become like the chicken clucker. Not the whisper, but the chicken clucker. Happy birthday. Mine was yesterday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday yesterday to you. Happy. I'm going to lose it. Birthday. Just dear artist meme. Happy birthday to you. I'm with you. I can't stand. No, not at all. Nope. Spanked my child when he was 2, maybe once. I looked at his little bubbly lips looking at me going, and I was like, never again. I just didn't feel like it fit. That I didn't feel like hitting was teaching a child a lesson. Put him in a corner, time out, take away some toys, perhaps. I just didn't feel like hitting. Sorry, I'm not I got the strap, I got the spoon, I got all that shit. But I just couldn't do it after, like, when I did it once and saw the little quivering lips, I was like, no. One time I got mad at my son, right? Because I think it was for school, and he was diddle-doddling. And I was just like, and I give like I said, I am a very lenient parent, but he was diddle-doddling. I was like, we got to get going to school. I think he was like, I don't want to go. And his nose started bleeding on me. And I was like, wait, what? Like, your freaking nose bleed. My son, whenever he felt pressure, because many years later, he was about 12 or 13, and he was pissing me off this particular day. Yeah, I think I was in a bad mood, actually, a rare time. But he was pissing me off, but I know that I was pushing it, right? Being angry in a sense, and his nose started bleeding. And I was like, fuck sakes. So stop doing that shit, because I couldn't stand to see that, obviously, how that impacted him, that literally his nose bled, and I would never want to ever purposely, like, I mean, those were just words, but obviously, like I said, I know I was a bitch that day for sure. But he was pissing me off for something. He wasn't doing his homework. Can't remember, But anyways, I felt so bad because it was me. I felt like, obviously, it was the pressure from what he was feeling off of me. It must even mean more. There's very few things I've done, but there's a couple that, like I said, I would never want to hurt children or even put them in that predicament. That's why I just, one time after the spanking, no more. Nope. As he got older into his teens, guess what I'm taking away? Mama taking away your internet. Yes, she is. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to say sorry now? Did you want to apologize? You actually remind me of a good friend, Jackie, I used to work with at social services. She had a son, Matthew, too. Yeah. Did you call him Matty Bratty? 13 months Tuesday. Ugh. Hopefully lucky 13. I used to, number 7 used to be lucky. Like, I mean, most people use the number 7, but my dog Bear was a golden retriever, and he died December 7th in 2013. And weirdly enough, I had a ticket when I was at a craft show selling my paintings or whatever. Um, and the ticket ended in 777. And I actually like won the lottery, 50-50 or whatever. And all I could think about was Bear on there. But by the same token, me and my ex-husband, the other Steve, it doesn't matter, which is my kid's dad, like our divorce was like on was it March? I just remember getting a text message. I think it was like March 7th going, happy divorce day. And I'm like, happy fuck off day. Na, 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 na. You miserable fuck. But it made me laugh, the fact that he literally sent me a message a year later to go, happy divorce day. And I'm so much of a better person for that. He was my best friend, my ex-husband. But honestly, I have a way better husband. Where did you post something? No, it's just where your periods are. I'm probably way behind. Hold on. Yeah, Steve Austin, right? I know. Came into my chat room on RuneScape through a friend. And I was like, Steve Austin? $6 million man, perhaps? Because that's the age I grew up in, not Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? So I was just like, $6 million? He didn't come with $6 million, but he's definitely $6 million to me for sure. Not all the time though. No. He has his British dickhead moments, but I suppose I have mine as well. Rarely. I'm the less moodiest. I don't really have too many moods. Like I have a little bit, but it's usually ignorant people that put me in a mood, like which comes across like I'm moody, but mostly I'm not. But when people say things, and they're kind of ignorant, it's just like, oh really? I didn't talk to you that way. So it just bugs me when people do that. Twin flames. Oh, yeah, it's really is. Okay, wait, hold on. 25th Thursday. 25th Thursday? 25? Actually, you know what I was thinking about the other, like a couple weeks or last week? All I could think about was 7 months till Christmas. You're born in 92, so you're 35 or 36. My husband turns 36 June 22nd. He went right over the cusp. Sometimes I want to kick him back on the other side of the cusp because sometimes he doesn't really meet the Cancer's requirement. Gemini. 69. We had the same Cancer feeling about things. We had. Yeah. Cancers, I think every Cancer will agree. We're very intuitive. We're actually one of the most intuitive in the zodiac signs, just saying. Charmaine's a Taurus. Nope. She's there, but I have a thing about Tauruses because the first guy I was with from 15 to 26, he was a Taurus, and he was an abuser. He was a fucking lazy shit. So it's hard for it not to move over to when I think of a Taurus for a female as well. But Charmaine's a lot like me in a lot of ways. She's probably going to deny that bullshit, but it's true. Pretty sure. Charmaine, didn't you say I was a narcissist? I see, that's just bullshit right there. Mom used to chase my brother. That was from Mike Damon, by the way. He said Charmaine called me one. And I was like, I approve of that answer. Not really, but because sometimes cancers are deemed as narcissists. All I know is I can fucking get lost in my own thoughts quick, and someone be talking to me and I'm off fucking not even thinking about what someone's saying to me. I have little attention span. Mom used to chase my brother down the street in her dressing gown, waving a wooden spoon around. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Frick yeah. My mom would line us up, right? Right? Because there's like all four of us kids, and my mom would line us up and go, okay, who spilled the milk? Who's going to tell the truth? Wooden spoon on the ass, wooden spoon, right? Nobody's saying anything, right? Finally, I'm fucking sick of it. And I'm like, okay, fine, I did it. Okay, I did it. And then my mom, and then I'd put my legs, like I'm about 4 or 5, and I put my little legs between. Remember when you live in those old houses and they have the spirally black things on the, railing? And I put my legs between it, looked down like I was in a jail cell, and my mom would come up to me and go, I know you didn't do it, but I just wanted Kenny to admit it. Well, he didn't, did he, Mom? But thank you for the black and blue ass that you gave us all. Thank you. Like, no word of a lie. We all had black and blue asses. And my mom's like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, like I said, if you knew Kenny did it, why are you giving us all fucking spankings? Because I just wanted him to admit it, right? As a kid, yeah, that spoon. Yeah. Because, and my grandma back too was like, don't make me use the wooden spoon on you kids. All right, Grandma. Freaking bolt out of the house. Come catch us, Grandma. Come catch us with that wooden spoon. We'd actually literally do that. Discipline is challenging, especially with ADHD kids, but in this case, it's even more necessary. Yeah, I can only imagine. I am very lenient. So now we're just having us time right now, just by the way. Okay. Talk a little bit about the kids, talk about us. I'm very lenient on my grandbabies. Oh, I love them so much. Absolutely. Tell you who's one amazing grandmother, and I know, is Belinda. That's why I can't stand it, because I know she's an amazing person and how much she loves her children and her grandbabies and stuff like that. But yet, sometimes people want to go hard on her, like, why didn't you do anything? As if they're preaching from off of a, angelic hill or mountain, right? And the thing was, it's like my son. I can't force him. I can't force him to talk to me. Doesn't mean I don't try. Belinda didn't stop trying. She'd see the kids and stuff. In fact, the kids were supposed to come visit her before they disappeared. But anyways, people can be very hypocritical about shit like that. Have F off day. I was curious. What are you curious about? I was told storks deliver babies at a young age. I think you're wrong. Yeah. I feel like at that point, I feel like it was more like the Jetsons for you there, Joe. I feel like it was much more advanced, just specifically for you. Unless it was, actually, Joe, that's wrong. It was probably the handy bus that delivered you. That's fair. That's a fair statement. Joe Hunter, I read that so wrong. I envisioned a stork trying to lift up often unsuccessfully with a too large, not young baby boy. Yeah. I have 2 daughters that are cancers, the 9th and the 10th. Well, it's like Alexa, the criminal profiler. Like her birthday is January 4th, which is the same as my son, Matthew. And her twins, which I'm a twin, are on mine and my husband's anniversary, July 11th, right? Talking like, do you know what I mean? So, like, just kind of strange sometimes, me and Alexa, we connected right away. Just like I said, Charmaine, we might disagree, but kind of like me and Charmaine too, right? Sometimes you just connect with people. Same with Melissa, you just connect because you're similar. I still have my Cabbage Patch Kid. Nice. I put a Band-Aid on the belly button because I don't like it. I remember my mom when she gave away our Holly Hobby set to my stepdad's sister. Still miss that kitchen to this day. You know, my older sister Satan there, she still has her Barbie van and pool from like back in the 1960s, early 70s. Yeah. Belinda prayers. I love Belinda. Same. Me too, Shannon. Love my grand. Again, children, they're just precious. They're just precious. Like even when I was walking home today, I was thinking about the end of the live yesterday because I was watching the video, and some days aren't as bad as others, but every time, usually if I'm playing a video, it's just because you're seeing picture after picture after picture of these children that one minute they're playing outside, next minute they're, say, dressed up as Halloween, next minute they're in the kitchen, next minute they're in Belinda's arms, and you just keep watching this, and all you're thinking about is these children, they should just be here. There should be no harm to children. And so when you're watching it, we're looking at these pictures and we're talking about the case and we're wanting answers. But the reality of it all is that these two children are simply missing, right? And presumed dead. That is sad beyond fucking repair on anyone that has an empathetic heart, right? So it just eats at you sometimes when you're, well, no, a lot of the times, it just eats at you to see that these beautiful children, because just like I do, that if they lived with me, these children would be loved so much. Nothing ever would have happened to them, like nothing besides out of my control, something perhaps. But I'm a protector, just like with my son. I mean, maybe I overprotected, but I like the fact that I felt like I was always making sure that my son was safe, that he was cared for, that he was cared for. Did I say that right? That he was loved, that he had balance, that he had a voice, that I was always asking him, well, what do you want to do? Right? And I would just let him have a voice. If he didn't want to do something, I would never force him to, because I wasn't that way. If he didn't want to go take swimming lessons, he didn't have to, even if I felt like he did. But, I never made him do stuff he didn't want to do unless it was important, with life skills. But just to see any children, but in this case, Jack and Lily, and, even when Seth was in here with Sebastian Rogers, the heartache and the pain that you feel, that they're feeling, is beyond even, like the unthinkable. But just as an empath and caring person, they're not our children in a sense, but they feel like they are because of how we would treat the children and wouldn't harm a hair on their heads. And yet we have these two children and we got this BS bullshit going on, and we just want the answers. But yet, do we really want the answers? Because I believe that the answer is going to be truly sad once it actually hits reality, But yet, that you have to have the answers because there's no closure for family. There's no closure, like Sebastian's case, right? No closure 2 years after. And it hurts. Summer Wells, same thing. Everyone deserves the justice when somebody is. It's a very important question. It's Shannon. Oh my God, not Holly Hobby. Wallpaper, did you? Shows our age. I was taught that kids teach us to be parents. Children are products of their environment. That's the thing that always sticks out to me, is that how we are with our children and what we do obviously guides them in life. So if we're shit ass parents or lazy parents and this and that, then don't be shocked when our kids turn out to be that way, But for me, like I said, I knew that when my son was born, 807, 8 pounds, 7 pounds, 8 pounds, 7 ounces, January 4th. I just knew that when he was born, it was my job to be the best mother that I could be, and that was everything to me, because children deserve that. They deserve to have the best in a parent, because they didn't choose to come in this world. We chose to bring them into this world. So if we chose to bring them into this world, then we better do them right, right? And bring them up to be, again, boundaries, love, support, care, you know, everything, you know, like I said, punishment when necessary, if it means that you're teaching them boundaries. But the most thing that children need is our love and our compassion and our affection. That's what helps bring children into this world, to be stronger, you know, to know that they're loved. That's what gives children a solid foundation, is having that from us. And I took that seriously. Joe, are you talking to me? I didn't say I was there, but any mother who moves in with a man after 2 weeks seen abuse and neglect. Well, I must not. What'd you say? Yes, it's devastating, extremely difficult to wrap your head around. Yeah. What's it? Wait, what? I'm lost. Probably way behind anyway. Sonny, do you think the kids perished inside or outside? If inside, wouldn't the cadaver dogs notify? Honestly, um, cadaver dogs didn't come in until way too late. I think that they perished inside. If I personally do, if I was to go with that, but because I know that it is plausible that much time later, and I'm sure if there's a scent of chlorine and stuff in the house, I think it really depends on the situation. But cadaver dogs aren't perfect, right? They can overlook something easily as well. I mean, they're trained to the best of the abilities, to train for remains. But I'm not going to think that the cadaver dogs are godly like and can hit everything, you know. Um, but if I had to choose, I would say inside. What do you guys think? Actually, inside or outside? They can. They can. Absolutely. Mine is what I've said, is that okay? If I was just going by, let me think about this for a second, because I always get torn about. Yeah, put in sign. You prove your ignorance, Sonny. Oh, shut, Joe. I don't even know what I'm responding to. Just your comment there, but maybe there was something said above. Um, well, and by the way, I mean, you prove like you're an asshole every time you come into the chat, but I still leave you here. Let's see. Joe's always rude, Camilla. Okay, Joe and Joel. Okay, both of them. Okay, it's one of those things, like, like that little freaking like gnat that's attached to your leg or something. Yeah, you try to kick off sometimes, but then you just go, yeah, it's just Joe. That's just Joe. I mean, they always take it too far. A lot of times, right? Like it's like annoying boys at times. I'm not rude, but Sunny sure is. They detect about 90% of the time. Yeah, but the thing is, right. So I was, anyways, based based on just what we know, and there definitely is a lot more. Um, I just feel it's two things really. Um, Let me think about this for a second. I'll say this. Malaya's and Daniel's relationship, it broke down not because of the Saturday, it broke down because of the Sunday. Okay? When Malaya got that text that said that Daniel was cheating on her. That's the day that everything came down of Daniel. That's when the relationship that see when Malaya left the property on Saturday, right? It was it was because like the most of that was because Meadow had to leave the property. And Malaya and Meadow, and you see how Daniel is about Meadow, right? So it was the text that came in on the Sunday. So Daniel can say he doesn't cheat all he wants, but I'm sorry. I think there's so much to probably say that he probably did, to be honest. Um, and then sometimes maybe when something happens, you think you're gonna like stick together or be together, and um, then you get a text saying that Daniel's cheating on you. Perhaps there was some proof that went with that, and that's when the pictures came down, right? So it goes back to the part about these people have claimed that Jack and Lily, both Malaya and Daniel, they stick to their story about seeing Lily that morning. Both of them do. And Janie does stick to her story as well, right? And so when you look at the reasons, when you look at the reasons of Malaya's and Daniel's relationship, it's a pretty fucked up one, to be honest with you. And it's probably one of those relationships that when they're good but not good, and they're mostly probably like two people that don't shouldn't be together really, right? You got controlling versus, and I think Malaya, beyond all this stuff, has a good heart. You know, I think that Malaya sadly got lost in her life and made some bad choices. You know, and some definitely some bad choices in relationships. Um, so my thing is this: I feel like Daniel and Malaya have played a cover up of what happened to Jack and Lily. Whether that's because they were unwanted, that they got into drugs, or that they were smothered and taken out of there. I feel just by what we've seen, what is the most likely plausible thing about the children and the people on the property, you know? So I don't know if Janie's having a false memory or sticking up for her son. And I kind of believe it's the latter, that she's more making up, like more going along, that she heard the kids. And I believe that she did say she heard Malaya. I think that Janie, let's talk about this. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's talk about Janie. Janie. One second. Give me a second and I'll be right back. Okay. One sec. Hold on. I'm going to go give the toilet a drink. Okay. Um, could the asshole named Joe please take over the chat and keep everyone on their best behavior while I'm gone? Or is that the wrong person to ask? Hey, little butthead. Anyways, but give me a minute and I'll be right back. I'll go back to Charmaine's video for control. Let's just go back to hers. And then give me a minute. We're going to talk about Jamie. Yeah. All right. Let's listen to Daniel.
Pretty close, and right in between that's Walmart. So I said, like, check all the cameras, check if she went to the DMV, what time she arrived. You can check the GPS in her car, triangulate her phone to see if she only went to the DMV like she said she did. But I don't know what she told investigators either, right? They don't really fill me in on everything. So when people tell me that, oh, you're covering for Malaya, why would I try to come up with all these extra things to try to help investigators if Malaya has anything to do with it, right?
Right. So that was Wednesday. On Thursday, you guys got home around 4 o'clock. So I guess the last time you saw the kids, do you remember exactly when that was? I guess you're
I've seen Lily
sticking to
twice on
midnight.
on Friday morning.
Okay, and I also, you know what? I seen a screenshot the other day, and I think it was to me that you said that you and Malaya both saw Lily Friday morning. Do you still think that, or do you
I
remember
can't
that?
speak for Malaya on that, but from what I've seen, I'm pretty sure when Lily came into the room once, Malaya did see her. But I was unaware of the time because there's no alarm in the room. And I sleep in with Meadow every day when I don't work. So I was unaware of the time. I knew it was daylight because I could see some daylight coming through the curtains, but I was unaware of the time. And also, I didn't know the kids weren't going to school that day. Malaya kept them home. And I didn't know what time they were kept home at until I looked at my email later that day. And I seen it was 6:17, 6:18 a.m. that were marked absent.
Right. And so for that whole week, we know they went to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was a PD day.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday and Friday, when did Lily start getting her cough, and why didn't Malaya take her to the doctor, number one? And number two, I've recently heard that she kept the kids home to give them a chance to get better. So a lot of people are like, well, why did you take them and drag them around to Patty's if Lily was sick, and then to town on Thursday? Like, what what's your response to those types of things? Like, how sick was Lily? Why did Jack stay home? And why didn't they go to the doctor? And why, well, just why? Like, why?
Malaya kept Lily and Jack home a lot because they were sick, but Lily only had a cough, right? So she just kept her home from school. I wouldn't have kept them home on Friday. That's what I told Commander of Operations when I did the formal interview with him. That was the very first formal interview I ever had with, major crimes, technically, because Commander of Operations is a member of major crimes. And well, at least the one of the ones I talked to, the original first one wasn't, but he would work for the RCMP in Cape Breton. And usually from what I know, they are part of major crimes. And I forget where I was going with that, but that was the very first formal interview that I had. And I sat down with him, and he asked me the same question. He's just like, were they sick on Friday? And I said, like, when Lily popped her head in the room, she didn't seem sick to me. She never had a cough. And so I wouldn't have kept them home. That's what I told him. And he said, thanks, Daniel. We're going to do everything we can to find the kids. But I would say Lily, had a cough on Wednesday, and it was on Thursday as well. But I wouldn't have kept them home. Malaya kept the kids home a lot. And, that's not my wishes for her to do so. Lily and Jack were her biological children. So, I didn't overstep or didn't interfere with her choices for Jack and Lily. So
Yeah. Was it?
to me, Lily's cough wasn't that bad. She could have went to school. And
Charmaine wanted me to show you a picture for proof. So, can't imagine Jane Doe don't work with children. Oh, got my thing on. It's typing a message for some reason. 1 second. Should I or shouldn't I show it? You guys won't think any less of me, correct? I didn't do it. I swear. 1 second. Image file. Charmaine sent me this. That's why she obviously made that comment about that she's the devil. I know. What is the world turning into? Charmaine, you can say if it's from if you want. If not, I won't. I don't know what I'm supposed to say besides. I told you guys she was the devil, and I was the angel. I should have put my angelic self beside this picture. To be honest with you, people say I'm the bully. I can't read what it says. It says proving Terry McNutt will not publish this post. It will be in your pending post queue when you're ready to review it. Pretty much says it all. Yeah, Stephanie Miller. How'd you know? I saw that on the post. Oh, okay. No, try again. Well, no. Okay, so I saw the name Stephanie Miller. Where did I see that name though? I think she's one that's showing it. I think the truth's out there now, Charmaine. Everybody just go subscribe to her channel because obviously she's a better person than I am right now. Oh, that's where I heard that. Someone said something about Stephanie Miller being a Brad Turner. I'd have to actually give a shit. Sorry, someone called Charmaine a bully. Yep, and they made a nice picture of her too. The devil child. No, she didn't create that. I think she created a post, right? I don't know. Stephanie Miller did not create it. I repeat. Yeah, so if you guys are ever going to get pissy at Charmaine, just know that the fucking horns are coming out. I think we all know who has a problem with. I'm just not sure if Charmaine, wants to say the names or not, or just show the picture. Eyebrows are on fleek, though. I mean, true, Charmaine, and you barely got any of the L lines, like the 11 lines, too. You're not as. I feel like they could have actually emphasized more of these beautiful features. I feel like the horns could have been taller. The nose, the clown nose with the horn ears. Huh. I think they were overthinking that one too much. Evil Rudolph, right? That's more like it. Charmaine is far. Watch her come now at freaking Halloween wearing this costume. Charmaine is far from bully. Charmaine is very fair and allows all opinions. Yeah, but the haters are going to hate, right? Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Charmaine should be grateful for this, though, because it means that no matter if you're loved or not, that somebody's still thinking about you. That's what I feel like, It's kind of like every time, POS channel wants to put my name from his mouth and stuff. It's like, Thank you for thinking about me again. Thank you. Appreciate it. Even if it's shit talk. Thank you for thinking about me all that much. Thank you for using my content. Thank you for using Charmaine's content. Thank you for using everyone's content and very little of your own. And now that you got Anita, you know, now he thinks he actually has content. You know, because he doesn't care about empaths. He just cares about just the timeline only. Doesn't care about people. Literally, why are they so obsessed with me? I mean, I'm sure at some point a picture's going to come out of me that's even going to look worse. And I'm going to be very grateful. Yeah. Just sit there and say thank you, Charmaine. Thank you for thinking about me. That they didn't have to. They didn't have to, but they did, obviously. And they put extra work into thinking about you by making this picture. All right. Now, oh, wait, what was I going to do? Well, let's put up. Okay, you done? You guys done? Okay. You feel like we've seen enough of this evil bitch? Whoops, I mean Charmaine. Watch that make it to a short. I'm so over the BS and shenanigans going on. Yeah. Apparently so. I'm just wondering where the pitchfork is, honestly, because we all know that Charmaine would have a pitchfork to match this outfit. They're jealous. Get well soon card. uh, all right. All right. From evil to missing children. There we go. Appreciate the share, Charmaine. When's my turn? Somebody's probably gonna wait. You know what? If I had my wish, if somebody could just put me and this would be for Mike actually, just put me in an elephant suit, but still use the nose that you used in Charmaine's. Yeah. So, and make sure a whale, no, an elephant suit. If you could just do that, that would be awesome. Thank you. Okay, where was I going? What do I need? What was I doing? Oh yeah, righto. The realization, no matter what they try, they can't compare to Charmaine. Hmm. It's also laughable, isn't it? Like truly, it truly is. Okay, give me a second. Actually, give me a second still. Okay, talk to Charmaine for a minute. You guys, obviously, I can feel the tears strolling down her face right now. And now, you guys might think that they're of sadness, but they're probably more of laughter. Anyways, console her. Bear with me. Still looking for it. Give me a minute still. Okay. I do believe. Ooh, is it ever getting dark in here? Is it muted or Sunny gone somewhere? Yeah, I was gone somewhere. I had my mute off. I was looking for something of the things that I asked. What was. Okay. Okay. I put in. I'll just read it now. Shemaine's a devil. You didn't know this already? Come on now. Old news. Old news. That was so 5 minutes ago. Okay. Gotta put on my old lady glasses. All right. Jeez. All right then. Okay. The police told Janie that I put this in. The police told Janie that morning on Friday that they didn't believe her timeline, right? As I was asking it other questions. So I just want to read this because, and it's probably the truth, to be honest. Well, our best speculation. From an investigative standpoint, do I need my glasses actually? Maybe not really. From an investigative behavioral analysis standpoint, the fact that the RCMP openly doubted the Friday morning timeline and targeted Janie McKenzie's statement specifically is incredibly significant. When you look at what Daniel claimed versus what the physical evidence proved, it becomes clear why the police rejected her timeline on day one. The logistical impossibility of her timeline. Janie, Daniel Martell's mother, who lives in a trailer right on the property, claims she woke up around, well, they're using this point, okay, around 9 o'clock a.m. on Friday to her dog barking, because this is what they're talking about when the dog's barking for Jack and Lily. What she said was a telltale sign that Lily and Jack were outside playing on the backyard swing set. She supposedly claimed that she heard the children's voices followed by nothing right before Daniel started screaming their names around 9:40. The police dog, sorry, the police, not the police dog. The police did not believe this for one simple reason. The science of the search grid. And I can't read unless I do this. Hello, Yvette. How are you? Shemaine is a good person. Fuck that. She's a devil. At first, I think that a comment that I made on the channel. Wait, let me go back to what you're saying there. Just to make sure we get this in. I made on a channel was against her, but it was absolutely wasn't. I was standing up for her and Melissa. I don't believe it for. Why is my face doing that? Oh, it's my glasses. Yeah. Camilla, that's a hard story to buy right now. Just saying. Maybe you're the devil in disguise. I'm just teasing, by the way. No, just kidding. Okay, going back. Okay. The police did not believe this for one simple reason. The science of the search grid. If Jack and Lily were physically alive, running around a small yard and playing on a swing set at about 9:15 a.m., which is pretty much around where that time frame would be, their biological scent would have been fresh, concentrated, and heavy on that grass. When the RCMP tracking dogs and specialized search and rescue uh, canines arrived shortly after 10:01 emergency call, they didn't find a weak scent trail. They found no scent trail leaving the yard at all. So think of that, right? In the backyard, no fucking scent of Lily and Jack, right? They were playing on the swing set. They were outside. Their scent should have been found, a fresh scent of them, right? It was only within a few hours. Their scent should have still been there, because when everybody else started arriving, right, most of them are around you kind of like the front of the property and stuff. But bottom line is, in the woods, their scent would have been fresh, right? Down where the blanket was, their scent would have been fresh had they even gone that way. So that defies all the logic right there, that these children in this small timeline that they gave, right? They're still air scent dogs. So, so they found no scent trail leaving the yard at all. To an investigator, it is scientifically impossible for two active kids to be playing outside at 9:15 a.m., leave zero scent for a tracking dog arriving within what, couple hours later. The dogs proved the children were not playing in that yard on Friday morning. The polygraph red flag. Here we go. The RCMP's deep suspicion of Janie's timeline is heavily supported by unsealed documents regarding the polygraph test. While Malaya and Daniel underwent polygraphs early on, Janie was brought into the Bible Hill detachment for a lie detector test on June 10th. The court documents revealed that the examiner could not render a definitive opinion because Janie's, what is it? How do you say that word? Sociology? So physiology, right? Physiology. Physiology. Fucking learn to. Those words always hurt my brain when I see them. Hey, Ben. Ben. Yeah, just for you, Ben, let me just end the stream and I'll start it again. No problem, online husband. You been flirting on me today? Cheating on me? Make sure you let me know. Got to keep it honest and real. All right. Love seeing you, Ben. You know that. All right. Okay. And so let's go back to this one. Ben just threw me off there. Ben, I'm looking my shittiest for you tonight. Well, actually, compared to Charmaine's picture, I absolutely look like a dropped out of heaven. Landed, pretty much. You want to see Charmaine's? Did you see Charmaine's picture already? Because if you haven't, there you go. Who would you rather have, Ben? I don't even know what bloating means. That must be like probably like a British word that I don't know out there, but it's Aussie. The devil wears Prada. That's what I was thinking. Pea spice. PS spice. Pea spice. No, it's pea spice. The devil wears Prada. I just don't know that Charmaine can afford Prada. That's the only difference. This is a great live as per usual, but this one was the bomb. Thanks, Deborah. Don't make us choose, Sonny. You know, if you want the good one, then obviously you know where I am. If you want the bad girl day, if you're having those off days where you feel like the bad chick in your life, it's Charmaine. Just saying. Okay. I see no reason why she should hate that clown nose or the devil horns. I think it's an improvement, as a matter of fact. Who did that to Well, who do you think? Who do you think might have done that to Charmaine? Think on the Malaya camp. Who do you think would have done that to Charmaine? I mean, if I was Charmaine, I'd send them like a fucking thank you note, to be honest. You know, even when they try to make her look like the devil, she still looks good. You know, right, Charmaine? Okay. All right. Going back on a serious note now. Let's see here. Hold on. What's this say? Who did? Oh, you said that. Okay. Charmaine. I'm not sure. I can only guess. Or Shannon said that. Sorry, my bad. My bad. My bad. Huh. Okay. No. No. Not them. No. You know, again, I just feel like Charmaine should be thankful for any of the attention that she unwillingly wanted but gets. Don't worry. I'm sure my time will come again. Someone, like I said, come on, put me in an elephant suit, you know, stick one of those same noses on me. Actually, give me, you know what, elephant suit with a pig nose. All right. There we go. Anyone see the Kardashian pic of someone we know? No. Anyways, it's all funny. It's all fun and games until somebody gets their feelings hurt. Okay. Let's go back to Janie. Janie was brought into the Bible detachment for a lie detector test again on June 10th. The court documents revealed that the examiner could not render a definitive opinion because Janie's physiology, I think that's how I'm saying it right, physiology was not suitable for analysis. In investigative terms, when a witness produces erratic physiological responses, meaning extreme spikes in the heart, breathing abnormalities, or blood pressure fluctuations during specific questions about a timeline, the test becomes inconclusive. To major crimes investigator, an unsuitable psychological or physiological reading on a timeline question is a massive indicator of actual stress, defensiveness, or cognitive dissonance. I can't think. Fuck these big words, people. So the reason why I like that, or I approve of that message, is because I think that probably is exactly what happened. Like if I was a betting person, which I am, right? But to read that part again, I'm going to read that part again. I'm going to start again. In investigative terms, when a witness produces erratic physiological responses, extreme spikes in the heart rate, breathing abnormalities, or blood pressure fluctuations during specific questions about a timeline, right? The test becomes inconclusive. What happened with Janie's test? It was inconclusive. Now, to major crimes investigators, an unsuitable physiological reading on a timeline question is a massive indicator of actual stress, defensiveness, and cognitive dissonance. Okay. So the only person, thanks, Deb, the only person here that heard the kids is the same person that couldn't take a polygraph test. So I don't think, I'm just going to be hypothetical here. I don't think that Janie likes to lie, right? I don't think she does. But this is a situation where she might be apt to lie. And so when she goes and takes the test, she's defensive. Her heart rate spiking, she's probably nervous, stress, defensiveness, and what's the other one? Cognitive dissonance. So, am I saying that? Dissonance. What a stupid word. Sorry. But anyways, so you guys get what I'm saying, right? So it wouldn't shock me if Janie knew that she was lying about the timeline and she started spiking left, right, and center because her typical vocal self would have been telling the truth. Sarah, it's Sunny's channel. Let it rip. Rest in peace. What's she talking about? I won't allow it. Shannon, as if you got control over me. What are you guys talking about anyway? Ben, it's great to see you. I'm trying to behave, but it's hard. Yeah, no issues here. No issues. I can't. My brain. No issues. I see funny faces. We're good. We're good. We're good. But okay. So being serious for a couple moments about Janie. Come on now. What do you guys think about that? The one person that can't do a polygraph test, which is Janie. Like I said, I believe Janie does like to tell the truth and does like to be as honest as she can. But that's like saying I'm honest every minute of the day. Sometimes you don't want to lie or don't mean to lie, but you do. I like to keep it very nominal in my life for sure. But we all can't sit there and preach that we're perfect about that shit. I'd laugh if it's a good reason. But I don't like to lie. I'm not a good liar. I like just to say what comes out of my mouth. But sometimes you do have to hold back or not. But in this particular case, right, which I was talking about before, is that the thing that bugs me about all this is that the person that claims that they heard Jack and Lily, alternative to Malaya and Daniel, was Janie. Rest in peace, but rip. That's what I thought you meant anyway. Don't worry about it. I do boot for spelling errors. It's a pet peeve of mine. Of course, I don't do any of those whatsoever. Okay. So I'm just putting that out there. But I kind of think that, with everything that we've seen, is it plausible that Janie's going to lie for her son? Yeah. Hey, Ben, I want your opinion if you haven't seen it already. The post that Brandon put up, right? It would pretty much implicate both sides of the family as having something to do with Jack and Lily. I just want to know what your thoughts are on what you feel about that post. Janie did see on CBC News to the reporter that she gotten out of bed that morning. It would have never happened. Whatever. Oh, right. If she just would have checked on those children when she heard them. Kelly Thompson, you have a great night. No. But I think she does have a yappy dog, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So that would make sense to me if, like I said, I would only believe what was said at the beginning. Yeah, I know. That's what's hard, right? Is that it's especially at the beginning. There's tons of stuff that Daniel said that is, said differently. And, I probably think one of the biggest ones that always stands out was about the ATV. Because how could every article get that wrong? That Daniel said he was on an ATV, right? Searching around the property. Do you remember that? Every article, right? And I get it that some articles are sister companies to each other, and then they'll just share the same thing. But I'm talking every article. Jenny said she heard the kids and the dog barked, and she said it's just the kids. Someone Daniel could have removed. I mean, the kids very much could have been alive leaving that property, right? At nighttime. Okay, so let's go back to that for a second. Okay, so the Thursday shift and narrative anchoring. Why would Janie report hearing them on Friday if they weren't there? Investigators evaluate two distinct possibilities. Alibi anchoring. If there was a domestic crisis or an accidental tragedy on Thursday, the adults immediately need to build a narrative that proved that the children were perfectly fine on Friday morning. If Janie was protecting her son, providing an explicit auditory anchor, I heard them playing at 9 a.m., creates a tiny protective 20-minute window of disappearance that attempts to clear the household of timeline gaps. That's what I think what was happening. So they thought they were giving a gap. The routine blur. It is entirely possible Janie did hear the dog bark, heard the children laughing on the swing set, and heard Daniel yell for them. But it actually happened on Thursday morning when the children were kept from home from school. Under the blinding trauma and chaos of Friday's police flood, a witness's brain can easily, and this is what Alexa was talking about, a witness's brain can easily compress time, sliding a vivid memory from 24 hours prior on the fatal morning to make sense of the sudden silence. Summary. The RCMP told Janie they didn't believe her because the physical forensic tracking data flatly contradicts her words. The police immediately recognized that the household was attempting to validate a ghost timeline on Friday morning by aggressively challenging Janie right at the start. The RCMP was signaling to the entire household that they were tracking the digital and forensic evidence, not the verbal stories. The step grandmother description of the morning and her perspective. Okay, and that's on that news. Now, I did ask it, who do you think will be arrested in this case using red flags and facts, hypothetically? And it says, applying strict investigative logic to establish facts, red flags, and unsealed court documents, we can form a clear, data-driven hypothesis on how the arrest phase of this case will likely play out. In a high-profile Canadian missing persons case where criminal prosecution must build without a body, the RCMP's major crime unit strategy is highly predictable. They will not rush. They will use existing leverage to corner the primary target before moving on to secondary charges. Do you hear what I'm saying there, people? Before moving on to secondary charges. Based on the evidence, here is the logical breakdown of who is most likely to be arrested and in what order. The primary target, Daniel Martell. Looking strictly at the behavioral data, physical anomalies, and criminal profiling indicators, Daniel Martell is the primary target for the central charges regarding. Now, again, I'm not putting it so that I'm favoring or not favoring innocent Daniel here. I'm just asking it based on the facts and the information, right? Basically, give me your hypothetical hypothesis on who would be arrested in this case. So again, it's nothing against that. I'm just using the data that they have that's factual out there. Okay? You're not the boss. You're not the boss of me. Okay. So the primary, so Daniel Martell is the primary target for the central charges regarding the disappearance and concealment of Lily and Jack. The leverage factor. In January 2006, the RCMP executed a classic major case tactical maneuver. They arrested Daniel on unrelated severe charges of adult sexual assault, assault with forcible confinement. In complex homicide or missing person cases, police look to incarcerate a primary suspect on secondary offenses to remove them from the community, cut off their access to potential evidence or witnesses, and subject them to jailhouse monitoring. Well, he obviously wasn't, arrested. He still has his court date in July. Let's see. The unsealed search warrants reveal a deeply troubling forensic red flag. Family members claimed to find a piece of Lily's pink blanket in a tree a kilometer away on May 2nd, but police subsequently found another piece of the exact same blanket that Daniel will say was 2 days later in the trash bag at the end of Daniel's driveway on May 4th. This points heavily to, I love the wording here, okay? This heavily points to amateurish immediate staging. Furthermore, Martell confirmed he was forced to submit a blood sample and specifically to cross-reference his DNA against forensic evidence found on those blanket pieces. Okay. The secondary arrest target, complicity or staging charges. The second logical question is whether Malaya Brooks Murray or Janie McKenzie face arrest. Investigative standards dictate that their legal jeopardy depends entirely on whether their false timelines were driven by direct criminal complicity or post-event panic. So, scenario A, Malaya Brooks Murray. The unsealed documents show that on May 9th, 2025, just 1 week after the children vanished, Malaya broke her silence to the RCMP, detailing a history of domestic physical abuse where Daniel would hold her down, block her, and forcibly seize her phone. Crucially, she left Daniel on May 3rd, completely separating herself from him. The logic. If Malaya was incapacitated, asleep, or physically terrorized into silence by Daniel on Thursday night, while the tragedy occurred, is just a possibility, okay? She is viewed by the law as a victim and a vital Crown witness, not as a co-conspirator. The predictive arrest outcome. It is highly unlikely Malaya will be arrested for the disappearance itself. If it is proven that she helped validate the false Friday morning ghost timeline out of immediate fear for her own life, the Crown prosecutor will likely offer her immunity in exchange for direct testimony against Daniel. Remember, that's if. Scenario B, Janie McKenzie. Janie McKenzie is in far more precarious legal position due to her insistence that she distinctly heard the children playing outside at 9 a.m. on Friday, a claim that RCMP openly told her they did not believe because tracking dogs found 0 scent trails from that morning. The logic. If Janie intentionally fabricated the auditory alibi to provide her son Daniel with a protective timeline window, she has actively interfered with a homicide investigation. Make no mistake about this. This is a homicide investigation, in my opinion. The predictive arrest outcome. If the RCMP locates the children's concealment site and proves the timeline Janie provided was physically impossible, she faces a high probability of arrest. She would likely be charged with public mischief, obstructing justice, and accessory after the fact to murder for actively assisting in a cover-up and misleading the police investigation. The logistical timeline of the arrest. So it says the legal trap will likely spring in specific sequences. The digital and forensic lock. The RCMP finishes mapping out the South Tower pings, vehicle telemetry. Never heard that word. The DNA analysis from the blanket fragments established that the children were never alive on Friday morning. The primary charge would be Daniel Martell. While already no, he's not already incarcerated, so that's wrong. But they're talking about the charges that are coming up. Daniel is formally served or homicide and concealment. Oh, okay, wait. Daniel is formally served. Well, that could be true. It's basically saying here, I'm not going to read it because it's kind of like, doesn't make sense how it words, but it's basically saying that they bring on the secondary charges and then hopefully maybe by some point that they would also serve him with charges against, say, Jack and Lily. Remember, this is just AI, people. I'm just putting in, just telling it to use the facts and what would their answer be. Doesn't make it true, but it's always interesting. While Daniel formally charged, investigators approached Janie and secondary witnesses with unyielding physical evidence of their false statements, there's basically saying what could become of this, forcing a choice between full cooperation or immediate arrest for obstruction or accessory after the fact. Ultimately, the RCMP is building an airtight case designed to withstand a trial without a body. Daniel Martell remains the logistical center of the target profile, and his current incarceration provides state with all the time they need to ensure the final handcuffs stack. And then, well, okay, that's stop reading there, Daniel. So I basically said Daniel is not incarcerated. He's awaiting a court appearance, right? Because I want to tell it if it's saying something wrong. I want to say give it its facts. You are completely correct, and I appreciate the correction to it on his current legal status. Daniel Martell is currently out of custody on release conditions. His provincial court appearance in Pictou was indeed pushed from May 4th, my abusive ex-husband's freaking birth date, July 7th to July 7th, 2026, to allow defense more time to process the massive amount of evidentiary disclosure provided by the RCMP. Adjusting for the fact that he is awaiting trial out of custody under strict conditions, the foundational mechanics of the hypothetical arrest profile remains tethered to the same evidence. The RCMP strategy, I'm building a no-body prosecution, typically follows a distinct pattern shifting from the current administrative delays to an eventual arrest based on the physical facts of the case. I'm not going to read anymore. Final. Anyways, I think I'm getting tired of reading now. I'm a quiet homebody. I was married once. No more for me. I'm on number 3. This one to me is a keeper. But the first one was very abusive. Yeah? I mean, I was 15, 26, got married at 24. You know, I was just like, I just couldn't keep seeing my life being that way. Pleasing other people, always pleasing the others, right? I didn't want to disappoint his mom or dad because I called them mom or dad. My sister-in-law, which I was like a sister to me. My brothers-in-laws, which was like brothers to me, because I was with him from when I was 15, eh? But anyways, so I just I couldn't just see my life from somebody hitting me, calling me names all the time. Right? I was at an age of 26 where I was like, I just couldn't keep seeing that future for myself. So I left. Met my second ex-husband. I was with him for 17 years. So 11 years, then 17 years. I don't think those are shoddy, right? Those are good substance relationships. And that's when I had my son with. You know, me and him were like best friends. I met him about, I don't know. I met him on my sister's chat line thing. Hi, I'm Steve, and this is Steve. His cousin's name was Steve as well. Anyways, I was pregnant within 6 months. Yeah. And then had Matthew, my best friend. You know, until he wasn't. Till he became a fucking asshole. The minute, I don't know, he was going through a midlife crisis shit. Like, seriously. You know, I didn't kind of know what that shit was about, but, you know, it's like a person just turning into this other person in front of your eyes, and you don't know, you can see it, but you have no control over it because it's their own shit and anger. Like, it's crazy to watch. Like I said, me, I'm 10 steps ahead of what's going on, but he wasn't, obviously. But anyways, my ex-husband, he was my best friend for most of it, up until he opened the door to calling me names, and then he just didn't stop. And he just kept calling me more names, like his own anger, right? But anyways, so that was 17 years. Then I waited a year, went on Plenty of Fish, found a a bunch of losers on that site. Whitecourt, Alberta, you fucking trash. Like, meaning, after a while, I kind of like Whitecourt, but see, Whitecourt is a transient town freaking oil. So at that time it was booming. All these losers think that they're freaking great because they have quads, they got trailers, they got trucks, and yet they're ugly as fucking shit the minute they open up their mouth, eh? And anyway, so a bunch of douchebags. And so I was like, fuck this, and went back to gaming. I was like, so that was after a year, right? I decided to. Somebody had brought up the Plenty of Fish site to me. Ben. No. Ben. Too much information there, Ben. Ben, yeah, obviously I didn't know it until now, until Ben just said that. So which one were you, Ben? The one with the little or the bag? Or the one that looked like a banana? Seriously, there was a guy that totally looked like a fucking banana dick. But anyways, beyond that, so my husband always teases me because you guys, okay, yes, this is too much information for you guys. I know it is. So I had only actually at this point slept with 3 people in my entire, and I was proud of this stat. Okay, I was fucking like, what? I'm like 30 something years old, slept with 3 men. Fuck you, Sonny, you're so faithful and shit, right? I was with someone when I was 15 to 26. So I didn't have time to do all this dating. And I didn't even like to date, to be honest with you. I found it, I was too busy looking for the Mr. Right. Okay. Not the Mr. Wrongs, but the Mr. Rights. But anyway, right, Ben? Okay. But anyways, so after I went on this Plenty of Fish site, I became the white court whore. No word of a lie. Exactly. I literally became a white court whore. I'll say that much. I was fucking giving these people I'd never give a chance all of a sudden. Like, seriously, you guys, my range became big. Dicks became this to this to this. It was all going on, right? So my husband to this day, we still joke around and be going like, honey, who hasn't seen your tits in white court? Right? And I'm like, at least half, honey. But anyways, no, I went from literally 3 to probably like 20 men in a short span of probably like half a year. I was just being a whore. I was living the good times. I was dating them older, and I like more. When I say younger, I'm not talking about like young like my husband. I'm talking about young, like maybe 5 years, 6 years, something like that. But never did I usually like dating older because I've always been very young-hearted, and I just needed someone to keep up with my type of vibes. Just more of, I love Christmas, woohoo, I like rainbows, that type of thing, right? Not these serious people and stuff like that. But so anyways, yeah, that was more my twins thing. She liked the older guys. I know. I wasn't a rebel. I was a sleut. Okay. I was like seriously going on this female whore rampage thing going on. I was like, let's roll the dice. Yeah, your turn. Seriously. Yeah, I normally wouldn't date you, but fuck it. Why not? Right? Like seriously, I was a whore. Not even gonna take away from that. I learned my lesson. I quit. Right? I was like, okay. I filled my what do you want to call it? My bucket list a little bit there. Yeah. I just didn't care. Sonny a balut. Right. A male sleut. That's it. Ballooting. I got you now, Ben. Right. And so I was like, all these men, I'm watching them. I'm working at the hotel at this point, right? I think the Canada. And I'm watching these men in this transient town all fucking cheating on their wife all day long, right? They would sit there and like, I literally had these freaking ass Filipinos that were working for the hotel. And, oh no, that was in the other hotel. That was the trashier hotel across the street that I worked at first. Right. And they would literally flirt. Right now, I'm pretty direct, and I'd be like, you want to kiss these lips, you said? Really? Not going to happen. How about you go up to your room for the key that I just gave you? How about them apples? Actually, why don't you just stay up there, actually? Because your lips are not going to touch these lips. And I think his name was something Snow. But it was the audacity. And that same guy that I'm talking about, Mr. Snow, he came down later because I was doing night audit, right? Which was like I worked from, what was it, 7 to 12, 7 to 7 in the morning. That was it, right? And that little pee off, this is my first day at that budget hotel thing. First day, guys. This, whatever freaking his name was, his last name was Snow. I know that. I'm talking Snow, right? Or at least he thought he was going to get some snow. I was sitting there cleaning up around, and I'm in the cleaning room, and all of a sudden he's fucking there. Like, I'm down on the floor, and I look up, and I'm like, what are you doing here? Right? Anyways, he tried hitting on me for hours, okay? Hours. Yes, piece of S channel. That's right. Hours. I'm sure that hasn't happened in your life. But anyways, and so I just kept, being the wise ass, He literally goes outside the doors, and he literally whips down his fire pole and just stands there in front of the door. And I'm like, now, at this point, the hotel that I'm at, the actual manager of the store lives right behind the front desk, in like legit, all I had to do was go knock on his door. That's where he was from the front desk. But I never said nothing. I was like, I can handle this shit. And then I go outside puffing away. This time when I smoked, puffing away after I got him to go upstairs, because I was fucking going, you bet your fucking ass up there now, right? All of a sudden, the stairs, and then you can't, from a certain angle, you can't see. I bend down, I look up the stairs. I think his name was Brandon. Snow. And I was looking at him, and I was just like, and he's sitting on the stairs, just staring at me, right? Once I bend down, I could see him. And I was like, get your fucking ass up to your room, right? And then he went. And then I told my boss about it the next day or whatever. And he was actually kind of mad at me because I didn't come and tell him and stuff like that. But I just remember standing outside, right, during my shift, because it's like really quiet at this point, going, so that's my first day on the fucking job, eh? That's what it's like to work for a hotel. That was literally my first day that happened, right? But when you work in a transient town, again, all you're doing is a man will check in with his wife and kids. And then you would come downstairs and start trying to get the fucking other, because at front desk we work like one of us, right? There's just one of us, but then you're flipping over shifts, right? So this was at the Canada. So this guy who's kind of like not exactly small either. He's got his wife, he's got like 3 kids, one in the basket. And then during the night, he'd come down and start hitting on the front desk girl all night, right? And sometimes she would have me on the phone so I could listen. And I was like, you guys, this was a dime a dozen that this happened, right? So anyways, I got tired of that shit, being a whore and everything like that. I went back to gaming, RuneScape. And now I got my husband of 11 years, Steve Austin, stone cold Steve Austin, because he didn't come with $6 million. Right, Ben? Ben, don't get jealous about this as I'm telling you the story. Mine and Ben's is a level of secret that nobody needs to know for my online husband. But anyways, and that's okay if Ben cheats on me sometimes. I approve, because I was such a whore myself. So it's okay, Ben. But anyways, so I met my husband who lived in England. And he's like Pretty Woman movie, I'm telling you, I'm coming for you, Sonny. And I'm like, yeah, all right, let's go. Thank you. And I was like, I got it all. I got the accent. I got the good looking guy to me. I got everything. Like the jack of all trades. I could just tell that my husband was. Now, don't get me wrong. He's turned into a bit of a British bitch over the years of 11 years. A little bit. Not too bad. But he's definitely more bitchier than I am for being cancers, for sure. Absolute. On there. But yeah, but I just felt like after I was given all these dirt bags, and I act a lot of dirt bags, I was just like, the Lord works in mysterious ways, people. Right, Ben? Just saying. But it does, right? Somebody was teaching me a lesson finally and said, here you go. Plop. Let me just put Steve Austin in your life. Nothing wrong with that. Nope. No regrets. Well, not going to lie. Some of those men I do regret, to be honest with you. Okay. Can I just say this? Now, don't judge me on this, okay? Because, okay, Now I know that we've gone way off track of the whole situation. That's okay with you. That's okay with you guys. It's okay with me. Okay, there was this one guy. He was gorgeous as shit. Okay? Gorgeous as fucking shit. And I was like, but then he comes down and he's talking to me. Okay, like I would put him at least on a good 9 of the like looks situation. And then he started talking to me. Now this is when I was a little cray cray. Okay, I was like said, I think it is your fault, Ben. It is totally your fault. Now, so he comes downstairs and he starts telling me about his drag queen fantasies. And I'm like, I'm with the times. I got you. That's fire, right? It's good. Cool. Inside, I'm like, what the fuck? Really? I was like, I can do up your makeup. So he told me this fantasy that he always wanted to be dressed up like a female with makeup on and then run out of the room of a hotel. I was like, I could make that happen. I can. Mm-hmm. And I did. Okay. I did. I made that man look gorgeous. I mean, he was already gorgeous as it is. But I'm telling you girls, okay? Now this is where the story takes a turn. Okay? One of the most gorgeous men that I ever came across my eyes of looking at. I shit you not, people. Okay? I'm literally shitting you not. Let me find approximation here. I gotta find okay, this is good. I shit you not that the word that starts with P was that thick and that small. Never in my fucking life have I ever seen. Oh, hold on. You see the top of this lid? Not the back side, but the top side. Okay. I'm not kidding you. It is awkward. Okay. Seriously. I'm not kidding you. I shit you not. I'll never forget. Little raisins. Little nothing burger. Gorgeous as fuck, though. Gorgeous as fuck. Anyways, I said too much. Remember at some point during this live, I literally said, you guys don't know much about me. A lot of people don't. I feel like I just gave you the entire freaking wedding and grave and my own funeral at the same time on this one. Seriously. Anyways, that's all I got to say about that. Anybody else have a story to tell? Yeah. See, sometimes, like, I don't see. Sometimes my filter, probably not should have given you guys that tail. But anyways, so the moral of the story is that now I'm married to my Prince Steve Austin, who came from England to be like, Sonny, I don't want anyone else to have you. Ben, stay for this. Because I'm pretty sure, Ben, you said these exact same words to me. Okay? Ben didn't disappear. He's just sitting there going, shit. I'm Sonny's second. But he literally said this to me. Okay, girls? Okay, guys? Who's ever listening? He literally said, I don't want anyone else to have you. And I was like, Sonny, Ben, quit ruining it. Okay? It's only been about freaking 50 times. What an exaggeration. Sound like Daniel now. Freaking exaggeration shit going on. Thanks, Ben. Seriously, stop. I'm going to wet my pants. But yeah, I was just like, he wants nobody else to have me. Now, I do have to remind him, my husband now, that I literally said that he literally said that. There's two things that I distinctly remember he said. I would not want anyone ever to hurt you. You're just so sweet and kind. I don't feel like I hear that as much. Oh, actually, another thing I don't hear that much is your lips are like heaven. See, Ben. If you would have added an XO or so, I might have believed you a little bit more than that. To be honest with you, anyone can say I love you. but it's the actions that speak louder than the words. Just say, you know what? Say it with more memberships, get Ben. Just kidding. Just kidding, by the way. All of a sudden my mind went to yesterday. Wait, hold a second. Husband on the internet here donated 10, or was it 10? It was 10 memberships, wasn't it? Yeah. Shh. Ben, love you, buddy. Love you so much. But anyway, but I don't know. What did I say? No, Ben. I was totally joking, Ben. All right. Like seriously, that wasn't even one of those subliminal things that I was trying to plant in your head. Ben, you're gonna go broke if you keep this up. You know, it's not right that the wife has all the funds. You know, but it's okay if you want to give me your paycheck. Go right ahead. All right, hold on. Let's see who got those. Didn't have time the other day. Hold on. Oh my God, I got a dry. I desert you any day for one of these. A big size of that. Okay, I gotta find it. But so if I look darker, it's because I'm behind on my screen here. Okay, fuck off, you stupid. Don't you hate that thing? It comes up. What is it called again? Speechify. Yes, for the session. Yes, got it. Turn it off. That stupid Speechify lands in the wrong spot. Mm-hmm. One sec. Oh my God, this thing is so far behind. YouTube Studio. It's gonna find you, Ben. I could probably find this faster just by going to my own darn live stream. Okay. Come on, you guys. Tell me who got those. Who? Just say it. Just say it. Type it. Type it. Who got those? I guess I could go to my own damn stream. View your channel. I'm live. Okay. It's just pissing me off now. Okay. Who got those? Aha. See them? Yvette. Sierra. Sarah. How do you say it? Sierra, Sarah. Yes, ma'am. Oot, 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 root 4, and cat. Thanks, husband. Husband number one will appreciate that. Sharon, know your role. Know your role, Sharon. All right. Yay. Anyways, thanks to Ben. Ben, stop, okay? Don't want to make your ass broke. Save it up for our online wedding. All right. Remember, my husband approves of all of my chat. Do you guys want to hear one more story? Ben, you already know this one. Sharon Parker, you do too. Do you guys want to hear one more story? Hold on. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have a drink and I'm going to have a vape really quickly, but I'll be right back. Okay. But if you guys want to hear another good story, I'm willing. Okay. Okay. One sec. Talk amongst yourselves. One sec. Still puffing. Yes, he's my JFK, to be honest with you. Every time I look at Ben's pictures, no matter how much he changes them, he always reminds me of JFK Jr. for some reason. Ben, if you're pulling my ass and like behind that, you're looking like, like the blob from the movie. I'm still gonna be fine, but I'll be just a little bit clumped. Okay, I'm puffing too. Okay, happy birthday. Shannon, happy birthday. Is it Thursday? No, it's not Thursday. Right. Come back to us, Tom Lou, on Thursday, okay? Actually, I can't do a live on Thursday because I'll be working like my late shift, which is like 8 o'clock my time. That's just by the time I even get home. It's probably like 8:10. Okay, all right. Ben, you've heard this before. It's okay. You've donated now. You can go. You can go. See you later. Sharon, same with you. Okay. So this is the one where my husband sits up in bed with his ass crack. Okay. You know which one I'm talking about? Yeah, some of you do. Very little. So I'm covering Delphi case, right? Adam was my co-host for a few years till he fucked me over, and then we became non-friends, but whatever. I mean, me and him were great friends up until he fucked me over on the Delphi case, but whatever. Okay. And the blob face. Whoops. Where'd it go? Go on. Go, Deborah Dixon, you jealous thing, you. Go ahead. I got 5 more minutes to kill Deborah before I start my story. Just kidding. On there. But anyways, where's my husband again? Shannon, if Char goes live, go in there on Thursday. Yeah, right. Exactly. There we go. That's right. Okay. So happy early birthday to Shannon for Thursday. Okay, guys? All right. So my co-host, Adam, like I said, covering Delphi. So my husband's sleeping. I'm on my iPad and I'm watching because Adam, very rarely, but sometimes he was doing these late night lives, right? And I was all for it, on the channel. He had the permissions and everything to host it. And I couldn't go on the live as much as I wanted to because it was getting into the morning time, right? But my husband's sleeping. And all of a sudden, like I'm talking in the chat, and then Adam's like, Sonny, come on up, right? And so I just so I look like a big pile of shit, right? No makeup on, just in bed, recluse. And so anyways, so I come up on the live and I'm trying to talk quietly, right? But I got my camera off because there's no way that anyone's seeing me in that state. So anyways, so all of a sudden, I'm sitting there like this, and you can barely see my face. And I accidentally click camera on. Well, at the same time that I click the camera on, husband, who's naked ass, decides to sit up out of bed at the exact time that I mistakenly hit my camera. And all I hear is Frank. And Frank's one of those voices like, hey, Sonny, is that your husband's ass crack I see? And I'm like, wait, what? So I'm panicking, right? My fucking fingers aren't working anymore. And I look up and I see my husband and his ass and his crack sitting up on the bed. And all of a sudden I'm panicking and turn off my camera. It felt like forever and a day. Okay. Story's not over, people. Thought it was forever and a day. And I'm like, Adam, trying to text Adam. Adam. Like, end the live. Because you know why? I'll tell you why. Right? Do you know the regret that I didn't? Now, all I'm thinking is, okay, because of all those other trolls and losers out there, they would love to get hold of that piece of clip and fucking plaster it across the internet. And so I'm panicked, right? So Adam's not answering my fucking text. And I quickly jump back in the live and end the stream. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? So all I'm hearing actually after that is them joking around going something about sunny side up eggs. Like, Sunny, did your husband like sunny side up? Blah, blah. And they're cracking these egg jokes, right? And they're laughing like their fucking ass off. Now, my husband, he gets up and he goes to the bathroom because like camera's off at this point. And I'm thinking, maybe he didn't hear, right? So I'm kind of playing all stupid and whatever. So husband, he goes into the living room. Now it's really early in the morning, right? And I'm thinking, maybe it's, Frank Meister, that Frank. right? I did. I felt like forever though, Ben. Felt like forever. So I'm thinking that it's best not to say anything because he's not said anything to me about it at all, right? So I, of course, go delete that part of the live. Now, it was shorter than what I thought it was, but thank God nobody got hold of that because trust me, you guys, this is what people do. They'll take something like that and next thing you know, they'll blast it right across the internet and everyone's having a good laugh at my expense, my husband's ass crack and whatever, right? And my thought was like, my husband's going to be fucking pissed, right? So finally, like hours later, I get up and I'm like, husband, what you doing? And he's like, nothing. And I said, are you not tired still? And he's just like, he goes, well, how can I be after hearing about all that shit? He goes, I don't care that they saw my ass crack. What I care about is how messy the room was. And I was like, wait, really? So I was fucking just sitting there, right? Like having this heart attack, thinking that maybe somebody got the clip, that he was going to be so pissed. Like, you guys have no clue. As soon as I accidentally hit the camera, he sits up out of bed, right? Butt to the wind facing us. And it felt so long. And it was, honestly, it wasn't even that long. I was faster than I thought, but I'm telling you, my fingers, I didn't even know how to leave the live. I was literally just clicking shit until I finally left. And I was like I said, panicking, right? But I thought that was the most damnedest shit. So here I was. I need to stay off YouTube. Here I was all worried that he was mad at me because his ass was, crack was shown to the freaking live. No, he only cared that the room was messy. And I was like, really? That's what you're mad about? Oh, okay, husband. Okay. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. But I'm telling you guys, if you guys would have seen that live and heard Frank and them cracking these fucking sunny side up jokes, and it was just the timing of it. What were the chances that my husband decided he needed to sit up in bed and go take a piss at that exact moment that I accidentally turned on my camera? So I was already panicking because I turned on my camera thinking, I don't want no one to see me. And then he fucking sits up. Yeah. But anyways, absolutely. That was my other story. It was funnier then. It's still funny now, but I just couldn't believe that that's what he was upset about. I was like, the room wasn't that bad. I don't care about my ass being shown. I just care about the room. All right. That's all the stories. He could be in the thunder from down under, in my opinion. Absolutely. Yeah. The only thing is that I think the one quality that Ben lacks, unless it's going to grow into him. Ben, how's your Aussie accent coming along? FYI. Because my favorite accent is actually, I'm sorry, females, but my favorite accent is the actual Aussie accent. The British accent, sorry, husband, is the British one. Right? I mean, if I had my way. Sonny, tell them what happened when you just started YouTube. Which part about that, Ben, actually? Like, what part? No, Sonny, accent that. Yeah. What part about that, Ben? Part where is a fucking psycho bitch telling everybody off? That part? Which part are you talking about? Are you talking about that part? When I don't know if Ben, I don't know exactly if that Ben's referring to that. No, you know what? I can't think of what you're saying. Oh, are you talking about when I got my one strike forever? Like my community strike? That one? When the guy comes up? That one? And pulls out his boomerang? That one? Is that the one you're talking about? – That was crazy. I think that's what you're talking about. So YouTube's a bit different now, but this is when I was naive to YouTube. Okay. How many are there? Right? Okay. Now that's the one where they were you know Sleuth Intuition. That's the fake account that it was, right? Um so YouTube used to be very strict, right? And I was very naive to the YouTube land rules and stuff like that. Now, at the time, and this is why, again, YouTube teaches you a lot about people and what people do, right? And that's why to have somebody just come up and chat on the live and stuff like that sometimes, especially if you don't know who they are. So, again, I'm naive. Sleuth Intuition, he's just like a lot of the channels following the Delphi case, you know. So when he came in chat to come up, that is a channel, yeah. And so when he came up, I thought it was Sleuth. Avatar was right? Sleuth Intuition. Brought that person up, dropped the link, and as soon as he showed up on the screen, pulled out his wanky. Right there. Right? It was crazy, actually. I can still have that visual. I swear to God, he has like Edward Scissorhands type of thing. But anyways, so I pretty much got a community strike. And I was pissed. I had no fucking clue. Right? So basically the channel got reported for inappropriate whatever. Probably by the same fucker that did it, to be honest with you. And the community strike, it just stayed there and stayed there. Didn't matter. I was like, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, I didn't know how to edit it out. I didn't know what, right? They didn't care. YouTube doesn't care, right? They were just like, sorry, there's a strike. And so that strike stayed on there for a good couple years. And then YouTube finally let you take YouTube courses, YouTube training, you know, and it's kind of like if you get certain strikes, you can go to YouTube class and get it removed after 3 months and stuff like that. Delphi is a curse. It killed so many channels. Ben, I can honestly say I don't follow Delphi zero at all anymore. I am happy with the outcome of Richard Allen, who confessed himself to the girls. So this whole Richard Allen shit and this whole retrial, no, that man is exactly where he belongs. They got it right, and I'm not interested in his trial. So you guys want to talk? You guys, this case of Jack and Lily, it's nominal. Spend 7 years of Delphi, and I wasn't even there at the start, right? I had come into that. That was the channel that even brought me into true crime. That was meaning that case. I followed the Suzanne Morphy case, but it was this case, Delphi. You want to talk about fucking psycho people, psycho channels, the craziness? It makes this case look like a zero, to be honest with you. Delphi was anyone who was a channel that followed that case it was like you needed at least fucking 10 loony bins for all the people that were in the Delphi case. Like, you guys, it's crazy. Now that one is out of Indiana. But that, you want to talk about a crazy case besides the Vallow case? The Delphi, nutsoid. The people that come out of the woodwork, cray. So this is a very nominal instance for the Jack and Lily's case. What we're seeing is very low on the trend. Hey, boss man, what are you doing up? Hey, boss man, you want to come join me? I got some time. One day he's going to say yes. One day he's going to be like, Sonny, I'm going to come chill with you. And I'm going to be like, fine. talked for Tint, but okay. Actually, Tint's been on here once, twice. Once, twice. Can't remember. Huh. Hey, boss man. How are you? Boss man, let me ask you. Since you're either haven't gone to bed or you're up early, one of the two has happened. That post, what is Delphi? Delphi is the case of Abby and Libby that were murdered, okay, in their small little 3,000 community town of Delphi, Indiana. Poor girls. Richard Allen not only did haven't gone. Why were you? Don't tell Mary you were up thinking about me again. Ben, don't listen. Shh. Was that what's going on? Hmm. This is going towards Ben's next wedding anniversary gift. uh, thanks, Deborah. I love your personality. Ben, you don't get any of this. It's for our wedding. Yeah. Go on. So, thank you, Deborah. So, if anyone doesn't know, me and Ben have had this secret relationship on the internet. He knows that when he's in my channel, I should call it our channel one day, that he's my husband number 2. Okay. Besides my actual husband approves of this relationship. So my husband knows, like, if I'm talking about Ben, like, shut the fucking front door. Right? Right. Thank you, Deborah. Hey, Ben, I feel like you donated to our relationship with the 5 gift memberships there. Now, boss man, as you guys know, is Brad, the neighbor. Brad, what do you think of Brandon? Did you read that post? Brandon's post? Like, what would be your take if you did read it? Sad case, Delphi, absolutely. Yes, man. You were on Top Chat by chance? Are you on Top Chat by chance? Oh boy. That's right. What did he say? Oh, with these weirdos around here, I don't sleep. Which one? Too many to count. Now, what's this? Tint dropped a video. Nice walk on the beach with Bella. With Bella? Who's Bella? It's hot for sure because you have to see who Bella is. I'm sure it's an animal. Yes, I see him. Oh, I see. The comment things. Yeah. I just couldn't resist. Well, we appreciate the wedding present. Thank you. It's just an honor being nominated. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ugh, I got my dreads put back in my head. In my head's like. But yeah. Being serious for a moment. I'm just curious if Brad seen that post and what he would think, because it would implicate like all of them, like what is it, goalers type of thing. I didn't think, but I think it's awful weird he was in the search area so quick. I'll have to read that post you speak of. Did I take it? I think I took it down. Oh, it's this one right here. This one. Tom Lou, Jingle Jingle. Now, you know what? Where's my song that ever used to come up for whenever somebody did a super sticker? You know, now it's like jingle jingle, like a phone ringing, bling bling bling. You know, it's not playing the song. You have to go look at that again. Tom Lou, thank you for the train ride. Well, what do we want to call that? The Bless Express? Someone said, and calls their freaking super chats the Bless Express. This is like the Wedding Express. Thank you. Now, Tom Lou, thank you. Just read it again, Sonny. Don't boss me around. Sonny, read it again. All right. It says, I am Brandon, and this will be the only time I address this publicly, since the statement is already out there with the Major Crime Unit. To be very clear, I saw Emily Ogle, which is Hayden's girlfriend. Hayden is Malaya's brother. run out of the woods on Lansdowne uh, around 10:40 a.m. on May 2nd. She jumped into a wine-colored four-door vehicle. I pulled up both parked vehicles, and a large man, Elvin McKenzie, was standing near the middle of the road, acting nervous, looking back toward the woods, and then at me. He waved me down, so I stopped. He asked if I was the police. I said no. He then said she found a pink shirt. I got out and he walked me over to a tree where there was a pink children's shirt hanging. After that, he did not say another word. He turned around and walked back towards Montreal Road. And I remember where Montreal Road was. It's down up and further. While I was dealing with him, the other vehicle slowly pulled away. After I left, they were parked at the end of Lansdowne Road and again asked if I was police. I said no, that I was there helping searching for the children. I asked who they were, and the woman said they were family from Truro looking for the kids as well. There was a young, skinny man in the front passenger seat, Hayden. The driver was larger. Now he wouldn't have known this at the time, right? Obviously, because he wouldn't have known who these people were until he saw pictures of them later. Um, anyways, let's see here. Young skinny man, okay, Hayden, and the driver was larger, tanned man whose face I could not clearly see because he had his hands up against, seemingly trying not to be seen. Around 10:45 or 10:50, they turned onto Gairloch Road and left. If you were family from Truro searching for the children, why leave? Why were you there so early before police were even on Lansdowne Road? So close to Wade, and I think it's supposed to be Wade Mackenzie's property. Do you know which one's Wade's property? Do you know which one is Wade's property? I get them all mixed up because who's at the end of your street, Brad? What's the Mackenzie that's at the end of your street? I always get them mixed up. Too many of them. Is it Wayne? And this is what? Wade? Wait, what is this one? Yeah, Wade. Wayne McKenzie. So is there a Wade McKenzie that you know of as well? Like a Wade? Because they're talking about, yeah, thumbs up. Thumbs up, everyone. But do you know if is there a Wade McKenzie? And if so, like, do you know they all surround you. Okay, you don't. I know that there's 4 or 5 brothers, right? Alvin. I feel like saying like Alvin and the Chipmunks every time I see that name. Alvin, Ron, Wayne. And there's like 2 more, right? Unless he meant to say Wade. But then he's talking about Montreal. Says before police were even on Lansdowne Road, so close to Wade Martell. He said Wade Martell by the time. Yeah, there's Harvey. I wonder if there's a Wade in this. James? That sounds about right. I feel like this name is not right. Well, it's definitely, it's not Wade Martell. Maybe there's a Wade Martell around there. What do I feel like I saw? But anyways, okay. Why were you in the woods that far from home? Why was that pink shirt placed in the tree? Why are there no photos of this available publicly? Alvin lives on Montreal Road, right? Alvin does. But then it says, why were you there so early before the police, even on Lansdowne Road, so close to, he must have meant Wade or Wayne Martell's property. Right? Right? But yeah, it must be there, right? I was thinking that, I don't know, because Montreal Road isn't that like if you left Daniel's place to the right and then like down around the bend? Isn't that where kind of like that blanket was found? Wayne McKenzie. Got me all confused, this shit. But anyways, so what makes this odd? People also kept asking why everyone believes that is where the blanket was found. No, it was not. That was addressed in my statement. So police and I will not comment further on that. What makes this odd is so that they all left and never clarified any of this. They also make no mention of this in the court documents about being there early that morning and then leaving. The only people lying here are Daniel, Malaya, Janie, Emily, and Hayden. I will not include Alvin in the fact that because he admitted to being there. The female there was Emily Ogle. And then there's Shenanigans, the YouTube grifter. Okay. And Potster, who is friends with Malaya. Lastly, Daniel, since I know you are reading this, keep my name out of your mouth. I am not YouTube land far away. I'm not YouTube land far away. Gotcha. You wanted my attention. You have it. So we fucking need a family tree. Ben, come on. Let's get to work on that. I mean, when I say we, I mean you, to be honest with you. He said it was Daniel and Wade. Lunch Pail Road. There was a Wade to Kent Day. He had company. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, Melissa, I pretty sure when she was like talking in chat earlier, what she said was, I'm gonna be here for a little bit. I'm driving and I'm listening on the way home. But if I do see Ben, I'm instantly leaving the chat, Sonny. It was something close to that. I just remember her nodding yes when I asked her. Remember, he said it was Wade, a D, Daniel, if I remember correctly, Sonny. Tom Lou, I don't understand your writing. Yeah. It was something like that, sweetheart. So, okay, Ben, stop distracting me. Stop distracting me with your JFK looks. Shit, stop it. All right. Don't make me become a freaking Aussie whore too, because I will. Okay, Wade Paris. No, not that Wade. Not that Wade. Hold on. I need a drink. 1 sec. Impossible vape. But Brad, my question to you is, like, what would you make of this? If you like what I was trying to say earlier was that I don't know you worth Adam, but it's not funny when I say that. I don't know you worth Adam. Okay, but like I believed in you, right? Regardless, it was a matter of what made sense. And then it came out that Justin was another person that saw a vehicle, right? I'm willing to get rid of my actual twin sister. That is okay. Like, seriously. I'll take her money, though. But yeah, I'm willing, if you are. I'm changing my picture to what? What? Something to turn me more on? Stop it. We're talking about a case here. Never, that's fine. So then you'll have two twins. He was on a live with you, and I'm sure Ken said he had company, Wade and Daniel, on a Saturday night. Do you recall that? No. Had company. That was, I'm pretty sure. I think that was with Darren and Daniel. That was with Darren and Daniel. Okay, man. You're so easy. You're just so easy, Deborah. Deborah Does Dallas. Do you remember that movie? Okay. Talking the big P back in the day, Triple X. Deborah Does Dallas. But this is Deborah Dixon Does Dallas. Just saying. Okay. Still waiting on Brad. Road shaped like lunch pail. I just remember things by associating a lunch pail. All right. So who's really the whore? Right, Deborah? right? I'm pretty sure I didn't do Dallas or Texas and any of that stuff. Yeah. Anyways, where's Brad? Brad, hello, Brad, come talk to us. Debbie does Delphi. Well, there already is a Debbie from that, remember? Yeah. What was the question? Oh, for fuck's sakes, wake up. Fuck's sakes, now I gotta repeat myself, Brad. The question was, is if you find this believable, because by the wording of it, it would pretty much implicate both families as having something to know about Jack and Lily. Debbie does dishes. Isn't that Mary that does dishes? Let's get real, okay? It's Mary. Mary had a little lamb. Actually, no, Mary had a little fam. Yeah. You're gonna have to think of a poem for that one. Mary had a little fam, little fam, little fam. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna come back to you with a freaking poem on that one. To be honest with you, Dickwood, yeah, one of the monsters, posted a photo of a family tree. Oh, did they? One of the monster channels? Because I think there's monsters of sabotage and monsters of chaos. Yeah, I need to get that shit straight in my head. If honestly, if I had a better husband, Ben, I would have had that freaking family tree all mapped out for you. Maggie Des Lansdowne. Yes, I took a screenshot. Where'd you take a screenshot of? Debbie doing Dallas? I don't believe it myself. He was around too quick. Okay, but remember we heard of two people fishing? Like, do you remember, like, that morning on the scanner radio? We heard about a couple people fishing. And we gave you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe, what if Brandon's telling the truth? But the thing is that, like I'm telling you guys, this is hard. This is where it's hard. Because how are we to think that a whole fucking family tree on both sides knows what happened to Jack and Lily? Like, what would be? Thank you. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to listen to that scanner audio again. Because at this point, I don't know that they'd gone fishing after the fact of two kids going missing. But then again, it's not like it was a big announcement. I'm going to have to look at the timeline of that again, on the actual scanner audio. Because it's been so long since well, that's what I believe. Because I just remember in the scanner audio about that there was two people fishing, which were going, I think, on the POA. My mother gave me that name. It wasn't my choice. But the thing about this, Brad, and not only that, Brad, but you should actually believe him, because BRA is in his name as well as your name. Brandon, Brad. Just calling a spade on that one. But it's one of those things, Brad, is that, like, it's hard, right? Because I talked to Belinda, and he's talked to Belinda a few times, and she finds him to be, like, was not looking for this attention at all. In fact, he didn't want his name out there, right? And then you know how it goes. Well, that makes sense. But you know how that goes, right? It always leaks out typically. But the thing is that it's the same kind of idea, is that it's like you, right? And by the way, did you hear what Alexa said about you yesterday? She said, you having a criminal past even gives you more credibility because of the same things that I said. Why would you want to invite police into your life? Like, why would you do that if you didn't have to? Alexa had your back too. Just saying. I do, yes. That's exactly. So it's kind of like, do we shut the door down on Brandon when we took, like, you don't have the camera proof and nothing like that, but it was a matter of if you do believe it, right? And I believed you. I felt like you had nothing to gain. But what if Brandon has nothing to gain, right? Based upon, and I know Belinda's a very wise woman when it comes to, she knows her feelers, right? Like sometimes, she'll let people in and just whatever, and then all of a sudden she might come to regret it at some point. Um, but she's got her feelers when it comes to people. I don't believe it was the radio. Yeah, I don't. I honestly, hey Brad, just to ask you, do you typically listen to a scanner radio? Yeah, don't forget that, guys. RCMP. He's Brad saying that they're, hold on. Exactly, they're fucking useless. They waited 8 days, eight days to come talk to him. That pissed off Brad. 8 days to come talk to him while they were directly in front of his house with, I think, the only working cam. That wasn't facing Gairloch, though. Thank you. Let's take a little look-see here. Hold on. 1 second. I'll be right back. You know what, Brad, if you could just take over the live for a minute, that's perfect. You got my back, right? Ben? Takers? Pussies. Be right back. So rude, people. As I'm in my emails, hold on, I'm gonna come back. Hold on. As I was in my email, which I haven't looked at in a while, Gina girl bought 3 KFC buckets of chicken. And I kind of think that Gina girl, she became a member of Sun, Moon, and Stars. I think you're supposed to become a member of the channel, unless you meant to do that. So, thank you very kindly, Gina girl. Just seeing that now. 1 second here. Do I see your email? Sorry, I was caught off guard by that. Oh, there we are. Yes, ma'am. Screenshot. Oh, it's a family tree, isn't it? Oh, where's the download button? Where's the fucking hell of a? Where's the download button? Oh, is this it? What happened? The fuck happened? What the hell happened? Yes, ma'am. Send it to me again. I accidentally think I hit wait, unless it's in 1 second. Did I trash it? Nope, no conversations. What happened to it? I thought I was hitting the drop arrow. Yes, ma'am. Send it to me again, please. Don't have time for brain cells to waste right now. They're already fucking short as they are. All right, let's see here. All right. Okay, yeah, I'll send it again because somebody hit the wrong button apparently. They messed up so much in the beginning. Well, that's just it, right? That's what they'll never. It's kind of like Delphi. They don't admit to that shit, really. They don't. Then 21 days after, that's you tell it, Brad. See, thank you, yes, ma'am. Then 21 days after that, they show up again, and I didn't even hold on. Let me put up little Jack and Lily's pictures as we're reading this. That's not their picture. What is that one? Hold on, remove. There we go. And 21 days after that, they show up again. I didn't even let them get out. Told them to get the fucked told them to get fucked, comma, because the problem is 21 days too late. Can you imagine? Now, Brad had told me that back a long time ago, right? But it wasn't something that, it's like conversation between us. But glad you said that, because that's exactly it. They're literally in front of his house, staging area. Took him 8 days to even come over there. And then 21 days after that, they show up. Really? Really? The fucking neighbor that's just around the corner type of idea? Right? I can understand. That's what I'm saying. Brad doesn't. It's not like Brad sits there and goes, "Oh my God, I love the police. The RCMP, they're amazing." No. He said he's not that person that's going to involve himself in something. But he did it because he has kids of his own and a wife, turn his life around and stuff like that. And then so many people were trying to accuse him of having something to do with Jack and Lily, But anyways, thanks for speaking up again there, Brad. Because, I mean, again, kind of shows you the painted picture of, I think we all kind of know that they were so stuck on the woods. It's almost like they weren't looking at anything else. And then it was like, oh, shit. You don't own a scanner? Okay. I got to go back to Yes Ma'am's thing. 1 sec. Yeah, give me 1 sec. I got to go back this. Oh, there she is again. Okay. Aha. Now I can download it. I don't know why it wasn't giving me that before. Okay. Bucket of KFC for the win. I haven't had anyone buy me a coffee for a long time, to be honest with you. I put it up there as part of my normal thing, but people used to buy coffees. But I don't really, like, it's not like I sit there and promote it. Besides, I do put it up there in case someone does. They take a way less percentage than YouTube. Freaking 30%. YouTube literally takes 30% of all your earnings. It's crazy. It feels like fucking sharks, but you got nothing. Can't do anything about that. Daleen was in chat and clarified as best she could when I asked. She interpreted radio to mean traditional. Yeah, well, I still think that she's wrong on that. But, I mean, she could be right, but just doesn't sound right. The timeline doesn't sound right. Yeah. Everything takes 30%. Ben? Look at your messenger. Okay, look at, and I'll pull up your thing. Hold on. Okay, wait, 1 second. 1 second. I'll come. Give me 1 second here. Cancel. Hold on. Share image file. Sent a photo. Give me 1 second. Unless it's the same photo. 1 second. Okay. But this one, no, see, I can't zoom in this way. What's the other way I used to do it? Hold on. Let me just look at what Brad sent me. Is it the same thing or something different? Second here. What am I looking at? 11:11. Hey, Brad, you said that to me at 11:11. Make a wish, people. Great. Yeah. What am I? Brad, type to me what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm either my brain cells are dead. What am I tell me what I'm looking at there. Oh. Okay. Now hold on. I gotta get a better screenshot. I gotta 1 second. How did I normally bring this in before? Um Really now. We'll see. We're gonna save that one, okay? We're gonna save that one. Sunny. No, I didn't fall off the turnip truck. I'm trying to remember. So, oh, I think, hold on. Okay. Geez, man, it's been so long since I shared the other way. Um, share screen window. But okay, okay, hold on. Um, 1 second here. Ah, yes. Oh, she does have brain cells left, people. Hold on. I gotcha. I gotcha. There we go. Okay, hold on. There. Wait, can you guys see that? Where the fuck am I? Where the hell did I? Oh no. Am I on the right screen? What the fuck? Good job, Sonny. Ah, yes. Okay. There we go. Let's. Okay, you guys stare at this for a second. Okay. Daniel, Malaya, Lily, Jack, Christy, Justin, Janie Earl, Elvin, Ron, Margie, Mandy, Jenna, Darren, Francis, Jordan, okay, Logan, right? Ron's daughter, James, Wayne, Muriel, Jesse, Mackenzie, Grotto. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, wait, bear with me on this. Apparently the main ones. Okay, 1 second here. I'm going to go. Yeah, me neither, actually. Okay, let's just take a looky. Uh, 1 second. Do. Talk amongst yourself. Talk amongst yourself, people. Okay, hold on. Do. Okay. I gotta mute myself. Oh no. Yeah, I gotta mute myself for a minute. Yeah. Hold on. Hello. Coming back for. I'm just. You know what? Honestly, I'm gonna head off because it is 11:18. I do have to. I know I don't work till 12 o'clock tomorrow, but I still no. I gotta get up earlier than that, of course. But anyways, I'm gonna talk to Brad here for a bit. Oh, hold on. Just gonna mute myself so I can listen to his message. 1 sec. Okay, I decided to listen to that. I want even Brad. How come you're wait, Brad? Why aren't you in bed? Right. All right. You already said that's right. What time do you typically go to bed, Brad? Right. Oh, more messages coming in. One sec. Okay. I'm gonna have to listen to that better in a minute on there. Whoops. Okay, you guys. It has been alive. It has been a bunch of things. Anyways, happy June 1st to everyone. That's already at June 1st. I'm not. I still got like 40 minutes away on this. I want to talk to Brad a little bit here about the picture that he sent. But anyways, appreciate you guys all for being here. Thanks, Sam A. Ben, and husband. It's all for the marriage, Ben. Deborah Dixon, thank you so much. Tom Lou, thank you so much for that. Thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate that. My eyes, though, they're getting really tired. Not that I'm tired, but they're getting like, yeah, watery a little bit because they're tired. All right. So, yep, all good. Sending thanks to you guys for being here. We had to laugh at some point. Absolutely. It was a mixture. It was like ups and downs. All the emotions were there, weren't they, everyone? They were there. Laughs, tears, cries, celebrations, weddings. Oh my. But anyways, appreciate you guys for being here. I won't be able to do a live till possibly Friday, perhaps Saturday, depends. I got lots of stuff coming up, like I got what do I have to do, man? I got the driver's license, where you have to renew after 5 years shit. I got to make an appointment, me and my husband, for that. We need to get the tires checked, put them back over perhaps to the winter tires that are better than, no, are these the winter tires? To the summer tires for the, what else? But there's something else. Oh, car insurance. That's coming up too. So, and it's just because, like I said, we're going to be going to Alberta to my twins' house on July 2nd. So we'll be gone for a couple weeks, or at least a good week and a half for sure. Want to see Charmaine while we're on our way back. And so just got, like, I only got my certain days off, right? So we'll see. We'll see. Unless there's breaking news in Jack and Lily's case, then I'll have to do a live apparently at 9 at night or something. But anyways, you guys, thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate that. All done. Prayers, of course, for Jack and Lily on there. And that being said, going to Super Nanny, naughty stool. I still watch some of her shows. Super Nanny. Always liked her. And then she came to I think America and started doing some. Shannon, thank you mods, thank you everybody, thanks for being here. With that being said, shit, I got a lot of shit that I need to take down off the stage. Video file. I guess we'll play the little tribute video on the way out for Jack and Lily. It's a beautiful song. Good night, everybody.
A year has stood like pages since that quiet morning came. Two little shadows vanished, and nothing's been the same.
Hit that like if you haven't.
The woods still hold their
Please.
silence. The wind still speaks your names, and every road that leads away still carries all our pain. Time don't take the love we hold or dim the light we've known. We're still calling you home through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long,
The words are really good in this song.
Don't come. We'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home.
Like, I'm gonna take my hair down for you. Now it's like a freaking
Your
mess.
laughter lives and echoes in fields and open skies, in every candle burning, in every
Ben,
mother's
did this for you.
eyes. This
Like shit, but
town
whatever.
still stands
Hold on,
together
that'd be my
with
white
hearts
quarter
that
horse.
won't let
I
go.
look like
Your
liquid.
names are stitched in every soul, more than you'll ever know. And though the trail feels cold and lost, love still points us home. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. If you can hear us in the wind or feel us in the rain, know every step we take out here is calling you again. No time, no distance, no silence could ever break this thread. You carried in 1,000 hearts, in every word unsaid. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. And one day we will see what we're holding on to. Two small hands in the light coming back in.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the live and the laugh.
We're still calling you home. Still calling. Always calling.
Coming to an end. Night, guys.